rook c3 would have been.
Oh, but he hangs the rook. What is he doing? What are these pre-moves? I think Levon might just win now.
Oh no, it was pre-moves. You're right.
Oh,
You're
but it's
right.
still like king f5. No, 8 seconds. Can he? I think he's getting flagged. King f5.
Oh my gosh.
But can he get the last pawn with 5 seconds? King f3? No, that's not.
King f3.
Take it.
Take it.
Check.
No, he hasn't.
Take it. Oh, and he's checkmate. Oh, he checkmate a one.
He didn't even
But he still has one pawn. He's gonna take the pawn. Oh, but it's gonna be a draw.
What a game! Oh my goodness, what a game! Oh wow!
With 3 seconds for Serrana. Is Shugirov gonna flag him here? But Serrana's faster. Serrana's faster. 1 second, 2 seconds each. It's gonna flag.
Oh, rook. It should be 5. Take the rook. Black one.
And we see the reaction there from Serrana on stream.
But he's played rook f2 to keep his f pawn. So king g3. It's kind of nice when you get a position.
Oh wait, does
where
he? No, he has checked. Rook h4 and f6. Rook h4 and f6. He goes for f6 right away, and he goes stuck in a mating net.
Threatening mate. He's walked into a mate. He's walked into a mate. f7, f6 wins. Oh,
that's shocking. Yeah.
Oh,
great technique by Levon to win this game.
Amazing. Bravo. Big smiles by Levon.
But oh, and he goes for knight takes e5. That is a nice resource. If white takes everything, we can take another one. Follow it up with
rook. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful play. You know, not enough to have a winning position. You got to win it. And I have seen so many players, you know, fail just at the finish line. And that move, knight takes e5, was really a fine move by Dmitry.
Indeed, and bishop takes f1. That's gonna probably be the final blow of the game. Queen takes f1, rook d1 is decisive, and Jeffrey resigns. So Dmitry and Draken wins week 18 of the Rapid Chess Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 19th knockout tournament in Chess.com's Rapid Chess Championships, presented by Coinbase. I am International Master David Proust here again with you after yesterday's Swiss, and today I am luckily joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Benjamin, how are you today?
Yeah, David, I'm doing pretty well. It's a pleasure to be joining you again here today. And yeah, yesterday was already quite exciting in the Swiss, and we have a pretty exciting bracket coming up. David, what match are you looking forward to the most when we have a quick look at the bracket?
Well, there's a couple answers, but I think perhaps what I'm hoping for most is a win for Sam Savian in round 1, because since yesterday I learned that Savian had previously qualified with a top score of 7.5 out of 9 in the Swiss once, and then lost in the first round of the knockout bracket, stifling his overall score. So I would love to see him be able to win today. And in terms of the most evenly matched match with the most exciting chess, for me, it might be Daniil Dubov against Vladimir Fedoseev, the second seed big fish from yesterday. How about for you?
Yeah, and I think you're definitely right. I think that matchup between Big Fish and Dubov is probably the closest. If we have a look at the first one we have, I think Sam Savian should definitely be a favorite in that matchup. And as you mentioned, it's his second time making it into the knockouts. The only other time he made it, he scored 7.5 out of 9, crushing the field. I think 7.5 out of 9 was a record. And yesterday he repeated again, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think... Yeah, and then in the matchup after that, I think Vincent Keimer should be quite the favorite against Christopher Yu, and I would definitely give the edge for Draken against Serrana, because Draken actually has been crushing it this entire season. I think he's second in the standings.
He is. You're absolutely right, and by like a pretty big margin. He's got a huge chunk of points there, and you know, yesterday, without looking too closely at all of the matchups, but just sort of quickly seeing the list of players, I thought Draken would probably be one of the big favorites today because of all that experience. Maybe he's the #1 favorite out of these 8 players.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say so. I mean, if Hikaru's not there, then Draken, in my book, is definitely the favorite. So yeah, the question is who can potentially stop him, right? Of course, he will first have to get through Sarana, but he also has the white pieces. Then he's playing Fedosave against Dubov. So to be honest, I think Savian really has the easiest bracket. He's playing Vokudov, who is not a player we've seen a whole lot from. Then potentially he's playing Keimer, but he is only really playing one of the top guns at the very end.
Yeah, he does have potentially, he's got white in every game as the top seed, right? I mean, in every first game. And he's got potentially a smoother road to the finals. So, if you were doing one of those things where you estimate the percentages of each player winning, he might have a decent chance of winning, even if he's an underdog in the finals, because he's got a better chance of making it to the finals than, say, Andrejkin might be the top player in this format, but he's in such a tough side of the bracket.
Yeah, and you make a very good point there. And as we speak, they are already off. So this game started off as an English. We see the move b4 by Savian. So in case black takes, very often this pawn will be hanging on e5. So we see Savian taking. Now he's going to take on e5. And I think rook e8 is one of the main moves here. And then you play something like bishop b2, or I guess maybe there's also something to be said for knight at d3. But Vokudov seems to be out of book here.
Yeah, he's thinking. Savian playing very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So, Savian, he's one of the most promising upcoming young American players. Can you maybe tell the audience a little bit more about him and what they can expect from him?
So Savian made 2,700 this year, and he's probably like 21 or something of that sort. He's not quite a junior anymore, but still a young player. He did so at the American Cup, where he won a mini match 1.5 to 1/2 in classical chess against Wesley So. Anybody who was here yesterday got to see him playing really, really fantastic chess. He had a game he won against Aronian that was just beautiful, straight out of a textbook. I think it's called the Mykonos system in the English, when you play e4 on move 3 to avoid the Nimzo or the normal Queen's Gambit declines. He was playing with really good players, and he even beat Andrejkin yesterday. Yeah, what else can I tell you guys about Sam? I mean, he's by American standards, he's a child prodigy. I don't know if it would be by Indian standards, but I remember seeing him playing as a kid, when he was 9-10 years old in tournaments, already playing up in the master section. And he's been working at the game for a really long time. He takes it very seriously. I think he likes Fischer random chess. I've seen him make comments to that effect.
As you mentioned, he's definitely one of the up and coming American players. I think he actually recently dropped below 2,700 again, which is kind of tough, right? You work so hard to cross that barrier, and I think he played quite a disappointing tournament in one of the round robin tournaments in St. Louis.
Right,
and now he is. I think his rating is at. I just had a quick look. He's down to 2684. I also have some experience playing him. He generally he tries to prepare pretty well. I would say one of his potential weaknesses is sometimes that he gets into to time pressure. And he was actually my opponent for the second round of the World Cup last year. We had a pretty back and forth match, but in the end he managed to win.
So you had a chance to really study him and look for weaknesses.
Right.
There.
Yeah.
Right now on the board in front of us, Vokudov has found a weakness on d2, and he's really set Savian thinking for an entire minute about this, because he doesn't want to give up the g2 bishop, does he? But what else to do?
And I really like this move knight at e4, because just before white can consolidate with something like, let's say, knight f4 and d3, it's very difficult to protect this pawn on d2. Like, you don't want to play bishop to c1. I guess then black has a great position after queen f6. And as you mentioned, white doesn't want to take here, because after rook takes c4, well, the problems continue. The pawn on c4 is hanging, but also all of the light squares around your king suddenly are very weak. So I guess Savian will have to come up with some sort of sacrifice, but I don't necessarily see how to do so.
Right. How about bishop c1? That's the move I would probably have played.
Okay. But I guess maybe queen f6 from black. You're forced to go rook to b1 probably.
Yeah, agreed.
And I would like to develop this bishop, but then I would hang this pawn. I wonder if I can make something like bishop to g4 work, but there's also pawn f3.
Right.
And yeah, he's spending a lot of time here, already 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's tricky. The other weakness for white is on c4 at the moment, but I don't think black can play bishop e6 because the knight on e4 would just hang to the bishop on g2. So, I mean, bishop c1 looks terrible, but I don't see a way to punish it. Savian switching kind of to classical mode here. He's
Right,
so
yeah.
upset about this.
Yeah, I guess he had it's always kind of upsetting, right? I guess he got an edge out of the opening, then he just castled, right? Which looks like a very logical move, but perhaps that was the move that threw away his advantage. So sometimes that can be pretty upsetting, but as we've said before, you know, you have to try to switch to game mode, so to speak, and you have to keep moving, because he is already getting below 6 minutes. There is the increment, but it's only 2 seconds. So he's really got to try to stay, keep control of the clock here.
Yeah, he was much better on time yesterday in general. He was playing quickly. He was keeping pressure on his opponents. Didn't see anything like this yesterday. Okay, he finally plays bishop c1, and Vokudov answers instantly. I mean, he knew what was coming long ago, and
Right.
I think that's one of those things where you know, you give advice or someone would give me advice to just make the move if you just know what move you're going to play, and everybody knows what move you're going to play. You're not like, even your opponent knows for sure you're going to do this. They're already thinking ahead on it. You know, what are you going to gain from it? I watched a replay of my I'm Not a GM match. Well, I actually watched 2 replays of it, but one of them was done on my channel by Jesse Cry, and on a huge number of moves, he was saying, we already know Proust is going to play this move. Like, he should just play it, you know, and he was right. Basically every single, I mean, you know, 999 out of 1,000 times he was right. You know, it was just for sure that's what I was going to do. And he knew it, and I knew it, and everybody knew it. And you're just sitting there burning time. So.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when you're thinking in a position, you just get so soaked in into thought, right? Whereas, let's say you took a step back and then think like, hey, what are exactly my options here, and what is the move that I'm probably going to make anyway? You know, I should just make it already, right? But taking that step back sometimes is difficult, as you said, when, you know, we're so delved deep into the game.
Yeah. So he has to play bishop c1 at some point. He might have to play bishop b2. But I don't think it ruined his position. So now he'll just have to bounce back on time a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, I like the move e3. He's sort of blocking in the bishop on b6 a little bit. Let's see what black is going to come up with. I think something like queen f6 is probably still playable, but I think now white is very happy to meet that with bishop b2. And overall, I think that's really what white wants to do. I guess not bishop b2 right away, because there might be this pesky bishop a5 move.
Right.
But, you know, move this knight out of the way to f4 and potentially maybe pawn to d3, bishop to b2. And I would think white has a small advantage because he has a slightly better pawn structure, potentially some pressure on the pawn on b7, maybe with the rook coming to b1 as well. So I like the position for 7, and the time is evening up.
Yeah, I guess from black's perspective, you have to see that knight f4 is coming, and maybe knight d5, and you know, what are you going to do about it? And I was going to suggest c6, but by now he's played it. But that was an extreme thing for Vokudov as well. So.
Exactly. And we see Sam speeding up with the move knight f4. Now, I wonder I guess if queen f6, maybe just pawn on d4 from Sam, or, just rook to b1 followed by bishop b2. So I definitely think white is better. The question is also, what do you do with this bishop on c8? Like, where do you think it should be developed?
Right. I'd been thinking of maybe f5. And yeah, that's all I got for it. Bishop f5. I was wondering, the more exciting thing I was wondering about for black was g5, which would send white's knight from f4 to h5, which is both a good and a bad square. So that was sort of the more controversial thing I was thinking about, but looked like Vokudov was playing the simpler moves, just getting the development done here.
Right, so you went queen f6, rook b1, and bishop f5, bishop b2. Now, I think white would like to play the move d3, but probably knight takes f2 is definitely something you have to take into consideration, because after rook takes, bishop takes e3 is going to come, and white will get the two minor pieces, but his king is going to be a little bit exposed, and black will have two pawns to show for it. So I don't necessarily think that is the best way to go. But then the question becomes, what should white do instead? I would like to play the move d3, but maybe there's a way. Okay, bishop.
Yeah. That's the move that I would have said, bishop a1. And basically the idea is to play d3 on a future move and still allow that knight f2, but have a better version of it with either rook b7 or something like that immediately afterwards.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Yeah, so let's see what Vokudov is going to come up with. I don't really see what's rook e7, but again, the e3 pawn feels so stable, right? It seems to me very difficult for black to ever do anything around here.
He's really expecting that eventually white's going to play d3. And one thing white has to always watch out for otherwise is knight f2 or knight g3 followed by bishop b1. So I think he really thinks that b3 is coming eventually. And in the meantime, he's covering b7, right? So now against b3, he could go knight f2, rook f2, bishop e3, and the b pawn's safe.
Yeah, that's a very good point, right? So let's see what Sam is going to do here. Yeah, I think still in case
a big question. The h pawns are the other big question in the position that we haven't mentioned yet, is that black would love to play h5, h4. White would surely block him by playing h4 himself. And there's a question if white even wants to play h4 preemptively themselves here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said for pawn h4. Black can still go to this h6 square, so he should be doing all right.
If black plays h5 at some point, and white takes on h5, black can take on d2, I think. So even though it looks like h5 might be hanging the pawn, I think the move's already in the air for black if they want to. King h1, really looking for d3, right?
Yeah, I think he wants to go d3, and after knight takes f2, rook takes, bishop takes e3. The rook isn't pinned because the king is not on this square, so the rook can just move out of the way, and white is up a piece for insufficient compensation. So let's see what Vokudov is going to do here. I mean, maybe just bring this rook into the game and then move the knight.
Right.
I guess
the other thing here is if he plays h5 and white plays h4, now he has knight g3 check. So So h5 is a little bit stronger than it was before, and I think white would probably have to try d3 in response.
That's a very good point. And he went for this bishop a5 move again, because his pawn on d2 is difficult to defend. But Sam finds a way with rook to b2. It blocks in his own bishop, but I guess there was really no other move, because in case of d3, there would have been knight d2 with the fork.
Yeah.
Okay, d3 now. So you can go knight c3, but that kind of seems like an empty punch, and I feel like the knight is more likely to be trapped there than anything else. So I think black just has to retreat to f6 or maybe to c5.
Yeah, c5 looks a lot stronger to me, but not to Vokudov.
Yeah, f6 was chosen. All right, so now, there's also something to be said for e4 at some point for Sam. Trying to get the big center going. Of course, he could also go pawn h4, but he goes for rook to b3.
Yeah.
Opening up this bishop once again.
Yep. And that's a move that knight c5 would have been preventing.
Yeah. Yeah, I also thought that knight would be a little bit better here. So let's see, Sam just getting under 3 minutes. Vokudov still has 3:48 on the clock.
So now I guess Black's big idea is to at some point play knight g4 and go back to sacrificing into White's pawn structure.
Yeah, and I think Black has to try to make something dynamic work. Maybe h5, but again, I feel like they will just be met with h4.
Yeah.
And if Black cannot make any of the sacrifices work, I think White should definitely have an advantage. But Black's pawn structure still stands for the moment. And we see a4 by Sam, and the computer did not quite like that one. Knight g4, I think this is definitely the right approach from Vokudov.
Yeah. So now we're moving from a rapid game to a blitz game. And Sam's significantly down on time here. And, you know, if they were in the end game, I wouldn't say that they were switching to a blitz game because, you know, they would play most of the game. But they've got all the pieces on the board. So it feels like they've got a lot to do in their last 2 to 3 minutes.
Right. What about Queen h6 here, right? With the threat of checkmate, I guess you have to go h3 and maybe something like g5, you know, and after knight e2. Are there some sacrifice that could potentially work for Black? You know, maybe something like, let's say, knight here, followed by bishop takes h3. I think there's definitely something to be said for that.
Yeah, that looks pretty intense. And he's played queen h6. Savian reacted for a second to that. He played h3 quickly, but he looked slightly like he had hoped that would not happen.
Right, even the immediate knight f6, right, to threaten g5, hit the knight and bishop takes h3.
Right,
and we see
you can also come into e4, and every single square you go to, if White's going to make a pawn move to try and kick you back, eventually those pawns are far away from the king.
Exactly. Right, so Savian could go king to h2 here, because after g5 there is knight e2, and I don't see anything immediate there for Black. White's pawn structure is looking pretty stable, you know, it's doing a good job of shutting this bishop out. And he went king g1, but what? Wait, g5 now and bishop takes h3. Oh, he's in trouble. Bishop takes h3.
This is crushing. That's just
queen f3 though. Knight e4, I would think, maybe to try to prepare knight d2.
That's very evil of you.
Oof. I
Vokudov's in charge.
Yeah, and we talked before how, you know, Sam, the other time he made it into the knockout, it was after he crushed the Swiss with 7.5 out of 9, and he would lose in the quarterfinals. Do you think this? I mean, it looks very likely that the same is going to happen in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, you know, I was rooting for him after his great play yesterday, but this is looking just really easy for Vokudov at this point.
Yeah,
I mean, easy's too strong, but I mean, it's pretty smooth for Black, right? Weak light squares for White, an extra pawn,
an extra minute, not to forget,
extra time.
Because now also he brings this threat into, or it's hard to say what exactly the threat is, but this knight on d3 is very loose. So bishop e1 by Sam, but no wait, now the rook protects it. My bad.
Right, but I mean, I'm saying maybe what the threat was last move was knight g3.
Right, and actually, what about g4, knight g5 to f3? That's definitely an idea. I guess White would have to consider f3. He goes rook to e7. To me, that looks rather slow. Maybe now Sam can actually maybe like g4 or a5, push the bishop back first, say the d8, and then you go g4.
Oh, if the bishop takes, he has g4.
Maybe g4 now, queen back, f3, knight back, and e4. And all of a sudden, you know, White is down a pawn, but he's got a ton of space. Never see g4 by Sam, queen g6, f3 now, I think.
Wow, it looks like he's seizing his chance to fix that light square problem completely. And we see how important your idea of g4 was for Black, right? Because when White's able to do it, it really helps the position.
Yeah, we saw f4 by Sam and f5 by Vokudov. I would think Black should be slightly better prepared to deal for the opening of the king side. It feels like he has more pieces over there. And Sam getting under a minute in a very tough position. Can you try to keep things together?
What happens if he takes on g5 first? Black will take on g4, I suppose.
Right. And I think it's nothing terrible, but you will probably remain down a pawn. Same as when you take an f5 and take on g5. Black just takes with the queen, keeps an extra pawn in the end game, and with also the time advantage. It will be a tough task for Sam.
So the other move for him might be c5 here. I mean, he's only got 20 seconds, and he does go for c5.
I did not see c5 coming at all. I guess the idea is to take and create this e5 square.
Yeah. And e5 is not a normal outpost because there's dark squared bishops, so it's a little surprising, but it might allow him to actually win the fight for f5. Next move.
No, I think this is a really good move because black cannot really resolve the tension in a good way. If you take an f4, there will be knight takes with a fork. And if you take with a pawn, then there will be f5 with a fork again.
Yeah.
So
even though black was prepared for gf5 or fg5 from white, black wasn't yet threatening to take themselves, and he finds a way to ratchet up some tension here.
Oh, I like what he's done here. Rook to g7, cd, and pawn takes g4. Because now if you take the knight, there's queen takes g4. And all of a sudden, okay, so rook takes by Sam.
Keeps the tension in a weird way.
Right.
He's in some real danger here.
There's this. Okay, knight takes d6. Good move by Vokudov. Knight e5, Sam jumps in. But let's maybe just queen g6. Followed by bishop g5 looks really good to me.
Yeah, that rook on g7 is looking strong. Sam strikes from the other side.
Great move.
Yeah.
Because if you take the rook b8.
I think moving the b pawn forward to keep the file closed would be right here.
But maybe there's a queen invasion if you can get away with that. Looks
I mean,
tricky,
you may
at least.
try it, but
Queen takes c6 played by Sam. 14 seconds though. Black is a minute.
They do have a 2-second increment today for everybody who was watching yesterday and is feeling too nervous at this point. I don't think that Savian would have any chance if there were no increment here. He could basically just resign on the clock.
Yeah. All right, bishop g5, queen d5. Oh, he sacks the exchange.
The exchange.
And he pins the rook on e6.
Yeah, but he's not even like threatening anything that I can see. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, but the problem for black is it's tough for black to do something because if you take with the pawn, I think there's f5. Knight takes and queen d8, which is checkmate pretty much.
That's insane. That's insane. fg4, f5. Okay. And otherwise, his threat is g5.
f5, f5. Oh, rook c3. Wait, he missed it. He missed it. Okay, what should black do now? I guess rook e7, just holding everything together. Looks, yeah, rook e7 on the board, which was apparently a mistake, but I don't see why.
By the way, in that position where Vokudov was thinking, Savian's threat was g5, kicking the queen off of the rook on e6.
Sam goes rook c6, king g7. Great move, stepping out of the pin. And now black's pieces are ready to invade bishop b4. I think g3. G3 looks really good here to me. Just creating this checkmating threat. 3. And then maybe like knight of... Okay, queen of 4, perhaps? There should be a checkmate, although
now it's all just...
I mean, at the very least, you can always... but it's tough because there's queen takes g3 at the end. Okay, knight of 5. Wait, bishop takes e7. Okay, on the board. Knight takes... Okay, wait, you can take here. You can take on e6. Oh, but this is also good. Okay, knight g6. Black is still... Oh, knight of 3 looks like a mistake. Rook e3. King h2. King of 6 stepping out of the pins. Rook.
Who's got more time? Savian's got 1 or 2 extra seconds now. Oh, knight h4.
What a great move. What a great move with only 6 seconds. Queen e2. Rook takes f3. It's just a free piece and it's on the board. I think Sam's going down here.
Yeah.
Black is up a piece and he has the attack. Queen e8. Is this a forced? Okay, just takes. There shouldn't be anything because there's still a pawn on d4. Without the pawn on d4, maybe there's some still mating traps, but yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah. And a shocking loss. You know, Sam Savian going down in the quarterfinals. This feels very, very tough because once again, he crushed the Swiss, but, you know, that's no guarantee for the knockout. And Vokudov advances to the semifinals.
Yeah. Well, they definitely reached a very, very messy phase there in the last 30 seconds of that game. You know, you could say from the early layout of the game that Vokudov really deserved that he had the advantage. He played his opening structure quite well, just put a pawn on c6, restraining some of the easier plans for white and maneuver around on the king side, probing for weaknesses. winning a pawn, winning the light squares. But when Savian got his chance, he found that c5 move, and the game went into just madness.
Yeah, no, the game became very wild from that moment on. I feel like Vokudov just handled the complications a little bit better, and it seemed that maybe Sam had a chance here or there to come back. I was honestly really shocked that he missed that f5 move. To me, that seemed like his chance, right? And after that, I think Vokudov was the deserved winner of this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. F5 was the biggest chance he had that game, and it did seem like what he was playing for with that queen c6, queen d5. But I guess it shows that partly he was playing those moves on instinct rather than just on calculation, right? Like he had a sense that there might be something there on those light squares with the queen activity, but like he didn't have time to double check it. He went for what he thought should work, and yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so tough loss for Savian. But yeah, next up we will have Vincent Keimer against Christopher Yu, two prodigies, and this is probably a replay from one of the junior Speed Chess Championship matches. So David, what do you make of this one?
Probably so. Well, Keimer has impressed a lot in the last several months, maybe a year in classical chess. He's made really big strides. I feel like a year ago he would have been under 2650, and now he's probably 2685. So he's made a lot of progress, and he's sort of gone from promising child prodigy to, okay, this guy's probably going to be a or almost certainly going to be a super GM. Maybe he's going to be like a world championship candidate in 5 years. He's entered all those discussions of who the future contenders will be for the classical world championships. I haven't watched enough RCCs to know what his rapid chess level is like. I see that he's only participated in 3, but he certainly acquitted himself fine with his mouse yesterday. So he seems online ready, as you would expect a youngster to be.
Exactly.
With all of that, you would think he would be a favorite in this match if you take all of that into account.
Right. Vincent should definitely be a favorite in this matchup. As you mentioned before, his classical rating is something like 2680, whereas Christopher Yu, he's also a very promising junior, but I think his rating is around 2550. So Vincent definitely has the edge in this matchup. I know that you did commentary yesterday, but what is your take on what happened yesterday? With Kramnik against Andreykin and against Keimer?
I think maybe the most important take on it is Kramnik's own take, which, my take, everyone got to hear yesterday. I'm firmly rooting for Keimer to lose in the first round today, because of the disrespect that he showed for the world champion and for the game of chess, which is even bigger than that. It's a disrespect to chess. And I see you like looking at yourself like, who is chess? What? But and I think that's what you can see it in Kramnik's own words as well. What is so upsetting is, to him it's sort of like it's a disrespect to chess, not just to him as and the world champions in a way. One of the reasons why are we supposed to give extra respect to Vladimir Kramnik or Garry Kasparov or Vishy Anand or somebody like that? Well, it's because in a sense they're almost like a human avatar for chess, and chess is this thing greater than any of us, but the world champions are like, they're somewhere between us and chess. They mediate between us and chess. They touch like the essential of the game in a way that nobody else does, and they bring back to the rest of us secrets and knowledge and ideas, like Moses with the commandments. They come back to us and they say, the queen shall be better than the 2 rooks in the endgame if she has an advanced passed pawn and the opponent's king is exposed, and they come back and tell us such things, and we all owe them something. we all owe them something because of the treasures that they've brought to us, the secrets that they've found at the heart of chess that the rest of us wouldn't have found on our own. And that's why we owe them some extra respect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think there's definitely something to be said for that. I mean, on the other hand, though, in the RCC, when the time control is 10 minutes with no increment at all, like many players have been flagged, right? And everyone has been on the good side and on the bad side. So I kind of feel like, you know, it would be kind of weird if you can flag anyone else in the tournament, but not Kramnik. So
right.
I don't necessarily think that, you know, they should offer him a draw in such a position. I think, you know, when you enter a tournament when there's no increment, it's just really part of the game. And I've also been on both ends, right? I've been flagged in many games, and of course it's, you know, not fun. And I've also flagged opponents. So it's really just part of the game, in my humble opinion. So I don't think any of the players are to blame. Perhaps, you know, there could be a look at the format, but it's of course difficult, you know, what exactly could be changed.
I mean, there's like, you know, 100 dimensions we could discuss this in, and we should probably also discuss their game while their game's live, and these other topics we can try and get to more when there are breaks, or we can argue about them in single sentences on Twitter. But there's a lot of dimensions to it. You know, what format does chess.com use for the event? Why isn't there an increment? Usually chess.com has an increment on almost all events to avoid that, right? A 1 second increment in all Speed Chess Championship matches. Even though people want it to be fast and furious, they want to have bullet, and 1+1 is an unusual time control, and still they put it in there so that king and queen against king will always end with the king and queen winning. It's sort of like an example of like a basic fact about chess that should just be a fact. Is king and queen against king. It's like, we all know it. It's a win. Just let's score it up and move on. But with Swisses, it is logistically awkward to have increments in Swisses, right? Because you never know when a game is going to end, when a round is going to end if you've got more players involved. But let me ask you to turn to this position here and tell me what you think of this symmetrical English with the E5 move in.
Right, so I think Keimer should have a small edge here after the move A5. I think the move here actually was knight E1. Let me point it out real quick. I think the move is knight E1, because if Black, is knight E1. Because if Black plays knight D6, we go knight C2. And in case of bishop E6, we play knight E3, and we stop this D5 push. Now, after rook B1 has been played, D6, and we see B3 from Keimer. The point I was going to make is, if you go knight E1 now Black can play bishop E6, and Black will be in time to get in the D5 push before White establishes a blockade. But we see B3 by Keimer, not a move I'm familiar with. And if I were Black here, I would be thinking about H6 to prepare bishop E6 to go D5 and not be bothered by knight G5.
Yeah, given that Yu has like clearly played to stop the move B4, the moves rook B1 and B3, they strike you as sort of like, well, those moves they're kind of pointless now almost, right? Like, where are you going with those? And knight E1 to C2, I mean, it's just the main plan. If for some reason he really wanted to play B3, I understand rook B1 avoids the move E4, which would win for Black against B3, but I don't see the point of B3, so I don't know why you would like elaborately work towards it.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I also kind of struggle to see the point of B3. I guess if Christopher Yu goes bishop E6 now, I expect that he wants to meet that with knight at D5, right? Because if Black gets in D5, I think Black should be completely fine. And then with a knight on D5, at least, you know, since we've played B3, Black cannot play pawn A4. That's sort of the only explanation I can come up with, but I still think Black should be doing pretty fine after knight D5, because Black very often plays rook B8 followed by B5, and you know, Black also has quite a bit of space.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not even convinced that Black absolutely can't play A4 as a pawn sack, but I think rook B8 B5 is the best plan there. glancing at the clocks for the first time, the players are about even on the clock. So, what? Hello.
Oh,
What
so
did,
yeah.
What did Chris find?
Well, so e4 looks shocking, but the idea is that if white takes with either knight,
Yeah.
if you take, let's say with this knight, f5 traps this knight in the middle of the board because every square is every square is covered. So you cannot do that.
Yeah.
So I assume, let me think. I guess maybe just bishop b2.
That's
But
a
then
crazy
I would
move.
think black is doing pretty well after all of this.
He has prevented knight d5 for the moment. Bishop b2 just developing. Yeah, that looks like what you have to do here. But Kamer's in a little bit of shock. So he's taking a minute to just assess, which
Right.
if you have the time, I do recommend that. If you get surprised by a move from the opponent, even if after, 2 or 3 seconds, it looks like, oh yeah, I probably have to play this move. I think that's a great time to waste a little bit of time just sort of recovering from a surprise, reassessing the situation, making sure that you're not missing something else if you already missed the move they played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see pawn takes d4, pawn takes d3 on the board by Christopher Yu. I guess Keimer will recapture. But yeah, David, I was just wondering, like back in the day, right, when Blitz would be played, I guess most of the time there was an increment, right? An increment could only come later. So people would just offer a draw and let's say, a rook versus rook position or something like that.
Yes. So Kramnik, when he would have grown up playing, I mean, he probably even started playing Blitz on non-digital clocks, if you can believe it, but clocks that actually have a flag on them. And you would have a hand turning in it like in an old clock, and at some point it would go past and the thing would fall, and you never knew when it was going to fall. Like at some point you understood you've probably got less than a minute, but other than that you didn't really know. And you would play in classical tournaments, and sometimes people would get down to that amount of time in classical tournaments, and there was a thing where you would try and hit, where people would try and hit the clock hard to see if maybe if they rattled it, the flag would sort of slip off or something. There were definitely people who would do that. But I played in some tournaments under the aegis of something called the World Blitz Chess Association. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
It was founded by Walter Brown, who was a 6-time US champion and a huge fan and proponent of Blitz. And he ran this federation from his home in Berkeley. And they had their own set of Blitz rules, just as FIDE probably now has Blitz rules. But I think in their Blitz rules, there were specifically rules if you've got king and rook against king and rook, you can claim a draw. If you've got, and it listed things sort of position by position on basically fundamental endgame positions. Now, I mean, that wasn't necessarily the rule of everywhere and everybody, but it gives you a sense that it gives you some sense of what the feeling and the culture was like at the time, because I think what's being said partly is Kramnik saying I grew up with a certain culture, right? You have a different culture. I'm a little bit in between on that. There definitely was a feeling like Blitz was kind of a fun discipline where you're trying to calculate fast and see things quickly, but it wasn't really about flagging. It was still when you reached a position where everybody knows the result, then you're kind of supposed to be oh, okay, that's the result of this game. Somehow it's supposed to maybe come to the logical chess finish at the end if you reach a point where the game is actually more or less decided. So let's say you've got king and 4 pawns against king and 2 pawns, then you're all supposed to be okay, white won the game. It's we reached the point where everybody knows the result, and now we pick the chess result once we get there.
Right. So there wouldn't be any chaotic, clock bang at the end.
There would be some, but it wasn't as much the goal, and you have to understand it was so unwieldy to do that clock banging. Over the board with pieces lying down, and nobody really, you don't know if you've got 10 seconds and your opponent has 30, or if you've got 30 and they have 10, right? So like now with the online chess, you can get down to like an end game, maybe with a knight versus bishop and several pawns each. And somebody knows I've got 30 seconds against 10. I can just eventually, you know, flag this one or something like that, right? And that's sort of like part of the position you kind of see. At the time, you basically never knew if the next time they hit the clock, you were going to flag. So you never knew if you had that 10 or 20 second advantage. In that sense, if you had, you know, king, knight, and 3 pawns against king, bishop, and 3 pawns, you might just like agree to a draw with your opponent because like basically otherwise you're just sort of flipping a coin. Neither of you actually knows who's got the time advantage.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough call. It's a tough call. As I've said, I've been on both ends. And, you know, I've also played in, it definitely feels much worse if you flag someone, you know, kind of shamelessly, so to speak, over the board, right? Let's say rook versus rook or stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But I remember playing in a over the board blitz tournament in the Netherlands, and it was 5-0. And I'm always of the opinion that, you know, there should be increment, right? It should have been 3+2, but then people are always like, yeah, but then the round can drag out way too long or stuff like that. But you know, if you compare 3+2 to 5-0, you know, it's generally the same length, right? Yep. And what ends up happening is that sometimes people just take too much time. They get a good position, but they got that because they spent all that time. So in the end, you know,
of course,
I flag people sometimes shamelessly in those positions, but it like I would always feel like, you know, it's just part of the game. And I've also been on the other end, you know, and I don't necessarily
where I feel like flagging is more reasonable is, let's say you've got a complicated game and somebody spends like a minute more than the other person and plays some better moves, and then they you know manage to like transpose to the end game and they've got an extra 2 pawns, but they've got 1 second and the other person's got 1 or 2 minutes. You know, they paid with the time and then they lose. But I feel like when you come down to like the very end where it's like 1 or 2 pieces each, it's just kind of like, and if the time advantage is small, like if I've got 5 seconds and you've got 5 seconds and we each have a king and rook, like who cares which of us moves that last rook like more times? You know what I mean? It's like we played the game. It came out basically equal. I have no interest in that part with the rook. Also growing up OTB, it's like basically the person who knocks over a piece, you know, the other person like flags, or, you know, somebody will like move with one hand and hit the clock with the other or something like that, you know? Yeah. And like, it's basically just whoever's got the worst manners would more likely win in that sort of a situation.
It's
just, I don't know.
What's always the funny thing is in such situations, like there's always chaotic stuff happening, but it's very rare that one of the players actually claims, right? Whereas let's say someone knocks over the pieces, you could actually make a claim, tell the arbiter like, okay, he's knocking over the pieces, he's pressing the clock. After he's done that, and you could get an additional minute or 2.
Minute in theory, yeah. But then you need like you need arbiters, and you need the thing to be really sort of like, at a certain level of seriousness.
Right, but it happened in the World Cup in 2021, right? Where there was that game where like all the pieces fell over. You remember that one? It was between. It was in the Women's World Cup. It was
the game I remember is where the player fell over.
Oh no, that was in the World Rapid and Blitz, right? Yeah, no, it was in the Women's World Cup. It was between Manata and Badelka, and you would have to watch the end. Like towards the end, it was a mess. Like you couldn't even. At some point, they were not even making chess moves anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but that stuff happened. But then you could make a claim, right? Just stop the clock and be like, hey, you know, he's not, or he or she's knocking over the piece.
Yeah,
that's an illegal move, right?
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I mean, I've witnessed a situation where there was an arbiter and there was only one game and pieces were getting knocked over and the arbiter didn't say anything and the players didn't like stop the clock and make a claim because they've got like, you know, 6 seconds or 7 seconds or whatever, but they're kind of like gesturing like, hey, like what's going on? Their pieces are on the ground, like, you know, rolling under my foot. You know? Anyway, I think that that Chris Yu has played a pretty good solid game here so far. Mm-hmm. The knight on e5 is kind of like a nice outpost, but maybe black is successfully playing around it up to this point.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it is on a knight. It is on an outpost, and it's very difficult to get that knight away. On the other hand, where exactly is it going? I'm not sure how I feel about this move a4. I guess Vincent is just going to take it, which is what he does.
Right.
And after knight
a5, knight e5.
I was initially thinking that, but there's knight b3 with the fork. So white will have to do something else. The question is what? Perhaps rook c2, defending this.
Yeah.
You can also move your queen out. And, if you get, let's say, knight e5, this pawn could become target. There's knight g4 jumps. And at the end of the day, it is an extra pawn, even though it's really ugly right now.
Yeah, I think what Keimer was, what Chris was reacting to was the fact that his bishop on e6 wasn't very good, right? That was sort of like the #1 defect in his position. Other than that, he's got a solid pawn structure. Queen and knights were well placed. So he goes on this, I mean, yeah, I was going to say adventure, but I mean, he mixes up the position a bit here to try and get that bishop on e6 relevant.
Yeah, so he goes rook to d8, queen f4 by Keimer. Okay, so I would think maybe is g5 move here for black. I guess queen e5, yeah, holds it together. But yeah, it's an interesting position strategically speaking, because this pawn on c4 now also is weak. We can see g5 by Christopher Yu.
Maybe on queen e5 he'll play king g7.
I think so, yeah, because this trade, isn't too bad for black, because once again this pawn on c4 starts hanging.
Yeah, I mean, white still has knight e5 at the end of that because they still have the rook.
Right, but I guess then something like knight d4, he goes back to c1, which looks rather passive. Let's see whether Chris can take advantage of it.
I think what he may have been lining up for here was knight d4, as you're saying as well.
Yeah, I like knight d4 because either way, he's gonna get a pretty strong past d pawn. With d3 coming in, then this pawn starts hanging as well. So I like knight
white's
d4.
probably gonna push c5 immediately if he goes for knight d4 and they trade.
So how do you take with the f or the b knight?
I think with the f knight, it opens up the g2 bishop. And when you're playing c5, you might have knight d6. You're also preventing rook c7. I think the b5 knight's a little bit better.
But then d3 looks pretty much winning for black, because if you go to d2, there's knight b3, and if c3
just doesn't work.
So Christopher, you're getting down to a minute, by the way. Yeah, he's got to move here. Is he going to go knight d4 or something else?
Maybe he's considering g4, knight e5, knight d4, but that doesn't look like an improvement at all. No, he must be thinking something more clever than that.
It was knight c6. That to me feels like a pity. He wants to be able to put a piece on d4, but I think like putting the pawn on d4 also looks really good with the c4 pawn hanging, d3 coming through.
Yeah.
So it felt like a pity to spend a minute there and come up with knight c6.
Yeah, everything he'd done seemed to make sense if he went for knight d4, and then he must have seen something with it that he didn't like and he couldn't resolve.
Right. So g4 by Christopher. I guess now rook takes d8 is pretty much forced, so that after rook takes you have this d2 square for your knight, and with the knight jumping to e4, things are looking a little bit tricky for Christopher, also given the fact that he's down to 40 seconds and Keimer still has 120 on the clock.
Yeah.
By the way, in the meantime, someone is telling us that Hikaru is about to crush Keimer. That's definitely very good news for Hikaru, because that would put him in sole second. But yeah, back to the RCC. 20 seconds for Christopher.
Jeez, he is just running out of time here.
Yeah. He goes knight e5. Okay, so what after knight e4? I guess you
Queen g7.
Queen g7. There's this thread. Maybe we can take here.
Knight c5 covering knight d3. Yeah.
To me, it looks extremely risky for.
So you'd have to go to e7.
Black. Right. But then I would think, let's say queen c3 hitting this knight over here, and black's position all of a sudden looks very loose. Queen c3 on the board. Knight f3. Okay, I guess knight takes. Queen takes.
He's got rook d3 at the end,
Oh,
and his knight stopping rook e3.
that is a very good point. So what does white do about it? Maybe bishop f1.
Yeah,
Wait, is
covering
bishop
c4, and then he gets probably rook d2 before knight d4. But he's got a lot of activity, does Chris? The problem is he's just being so slow right now.
Rook d4. Okay, so he's hitting the pawn on c4. I don't see a good way for white to defend it. I guess rook e4, maybe this, but then at the very least you could get rid of this f3 pawn, which is really a thorn in white's eye.
Could you play rook e5 here and then let black play bishop c4 and play rook c5?
Well, also the knight is hanging in that case. Because rook e4, rook d2 by Christopher. Good move.
Yeah, that's where he should have gone to begin with, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it still looks good. I guess he wants to go like rook c2, maybe rook c1, and
exactly.
It feels like white is really stuck here. And look at Vincent; he's also down to 13 seconds. Rook e1.
Okay, now Chris has a chance. I mean,
3. Okay,
he's also flagging himself. If at some point he picks up the
bishop c4 on the board, I guess white should take. But once again, it's very difficult to get rid of this pawn over here. Also because black can put a 9 on d4 later on. Takes.
Right, knight d2, rook c3. Black just needs to keep that pawn alive, and things are going to be unpleasant for white, huh?
Exactly. Now pawn a3 is under attack. You could probably just take it,
or just knight d4, right?
Knight d4. Great move h3 by Vincent. Can you take here? He goes g4, making space for the king. Rook takes a4 on the board. Rook takes b7. Check perhaps, or c. Oh, c3 is coming. Oh, it's c3 anyway.
Coming next.
c3.
That's vicious. And look, Chris has sped up. He has sped up.
This pawn is going to cost white a rook. Rook a1.
To the
it's game
first
over.
rank. Yes. Come on, Chris. Take him down.
Are you rooting for him
somewhere too?
And it's all over.
Yes, the delightful moment where he just goes, oh, and feels bad.
No, but this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he's just trying to flag me, you know, it's rook against knight. I mean, this is no part of CS. Well, it took somebody younger to beat somebody younger, right? I mean, Keimer's youth came through with the mouse skills yesterday, but today he came up against somebody even younger, and Chris Yu scores a little bit of an upset there and wins with black in the first round of the knockout here to set up a match with Shamsidin Vokudov in the semifinals. But we've got 2 more quarterfinal matches yet to come. Here is our bracket being filled out very, very quickly live. And I think our next matchup will be the one that I've maybe been waiting for most, Big Fish and Dubov. Yeah. Yeah, so that one to me really seems like a toss-up. Big Fish came second yesterday in the Swiss. But Dubov also has been a regular in the Raptors Championship. He's been doing very, very well. I think he is currently en route to qualify.
Yeah, Dubov is number 6 overall, and Fedoseev is number 7. So they are kind of
number 7.
Yeah, they are kind of neck and neck in the Rapid Chess Championship standings. They both have enough points that there's a decent chance that nobody could catch up with them, even if they didn't play the last few weeks. I feel like in general, like the players in position maybe 7 through 12 are very vulnerable, but the players with more than 40 points are starting to get kind of safe.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I just had a quick look. Yeah, if we have a quick look at the standings, I mean, Hikaru is going to make it for sure, of course. And Draken pretty much locked it in. The same goes for Fabiano. Lavam. Also, Jeffrey Zhang has been doing very well throughout the season. And I guess, Dubov, he's in the KO section once again. But after that, it becomes extremely close. So for Fedoseev, a good result here would be very, very welcome. Same goes for Sarana. And we see our good friend, Jose Martinez, or at least, my good friend. He is in 11th place right now, but he hasn't made it to a couple knockouts in the last couple of weeks. And if he continues to do so, there's a good chance that he could be, pushed out by someone like Noterback, who right now is just outside of the bubble. Or what about Nepo?
Nepo shows up
7
for 1 week and
appearances.
just wins it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you get 10 points for a win. So basically anybody here who you think is capable of just winning an event could gain about 10 points in a week. And so you look at like Nepo as somebody who's obviously capable of winning. He doesn't even need to show up for 5 or 6 weeks. He could show up once, win it, and qualify.
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. And also what Wesley So has only had 9 appearances. As you mentioned before, he's definitely a player who could win the event, stack up 10 points. So definitely still lots to play for. And it's going to be very exciting to see who's going to make it. But yeah, I think, a lot of them are already very close to locking in their spot.
Yeah. I think one other really good thing that those players did is that by qualifying for the knockout, they kept some of those other players from qualifying for this week's knockout. Like they pushed back, some of those players in the last rounds yesterday to qualify. But now, folks, we're going to give you a quick message. We've got just a couple minutes before the next match. So we're going to give you a quick message from the sponsor. This is a $650,000 event, the Rapid Chess Championships. So you need sponsors for that. And here you are.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 19th knockout of Chess.com's inaugural Rapid Chess Championships. We're about to see a matchup between two very, very strong, very well matched, and seemingly on the same page, friends from the same country here. Vladimir Fedoseev and Daniil Dubov. In the lead up to the game, we could see them chatting, smiling, happy. So there's some kind of culture of friendship here between these two. We're talking about different chess cultures that are out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. They're also more or less the same age. I think Vladimir is 1 year older than Dubov. And the game started off as a Catalan. So I'm very curious to see what system Dubov is going to use here, because Dubov is a big expert on the white side of the Catalan. So, and he takes a pawn on c4. I guess knight f3 by Fedoseev, and then black has a lot of options. Once again, there's bishop e4, there's c6, there's a6, there's knight c6, but we see bishop b4 by Dubov. And actually, this was played today by Fabiano in the candidates against Timur Javov.
Okay. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a little bit tricky to play against one of your own favorite openings, because you don't necessarily want to tell everyone else out there what you think the best line against it is. If it's something that you're sort of relying on to make points with the other color. So
yeah, let's see what Fedoseev is going to do here. Queen c2 was played earlier today by Rajabov against Fabiano. But we see castles. Now bishop g5 is the main move here for white. But we see queen c2 now by Fedoseev. And I believe here black captures on d2, if I'm not mistaken. And the difference is that in that other line, white goes queen takes, and then there's a line that goes c6, a4, b5, takes, and white has queen g5 with a double attack, hitting this and this. So I guess now white has to take with this knight over here, and then black holds on for dear life to the pawn on c4 with b5.
Mm-hmm. You're exactly right. And against knight e5, black sometimes has the move knight d5 and sometimes has the move rook a7 or a6. And in this position, I think rook a6 would be the next move here. And same thing with a4, c6. White could play knight e5 there. Probably also black would have to play rook a6 in response.
Yeah. So yeah, black really tries to hold on to this pawn over here. But generally what white does is they go pawn a4, c6 by black is the normal response. And then white has quite a bit of options. Sometimes a move like b3 is played to give this knight a square on c5. You know, the other knight is going to e5. We see a4 by Fedoseev, so I'm sure c6, and it's already been played by Dubov.
Yeah. Well, I'm impressed that Dubov was ready to make these decisions quickly. I think it's nice that he's jumping out to a little bit of a lead on the clock, and he's not overthinking anything. You know, he's just saying, well, now I got to do this. Now I got to do that. So.
Yeah, indeed. And he already has quite a lead on the clock here. He's up 1 minute and 15 seconds. So let's see what Fedoseev is going to come up with. White could grab the center with pawn e4, but generally, in my experience, it's very difficult for white to really create something in the center. Black just goes, let's say, bishop b7, followed by knight b7. And I'm a believer that black is just up a pawn in such positions. So we see b3 by Fedoseev, the idea that we discussed earlier. So I guess now knight takes. And let's see what Dubov is going to do here.
So with this strategy, basically, he's playing for a long-term positional compensation. You could think of it a little bit like the Benko gambit almost. It's like a thing where he's got files for the rooks. He's got a weak pawn on c6 to target. His rooks go to the queen side and coordinate with the g2 bishop. And I think these positions are fully pleasant to play for white, where you go after c6, but I like Dubov's choice with b4.
Yeah, he goes pawn b4. I like it as well, indeed. And what black can try to do is maybe go knight at d5 to c3, because the knight really there would be on an outpost and it would be really difficult for white to get rid of. The difficult thing for black in these types of positions is to decide, you know, what are you going to do with this knight and this bishop, right? I mean, wherever you put the bishop, white can always hit it with knight c5. And knight d7 is currently not possible because it hangs this. So I like e4 by Fedoseev because it stops knight d5 by Dubov.
Yeah. What I really like about the b4 move is that now you can imagine a lot of scenarios where black loses or sacrifices the c6 pawn and still has a perfectly decent resulting position. Like the rest of their queen side isn't too bad. So you don't have to worry about, oh, my knight's stuck on b8 defending the pawn. Like you can play bishop a6, knight d7. If white takes on c6, they take on c6, and you just keep playing.
And he sacks the pawn right away. So let's see, if white takes on c6, how does he want to proceed from there? I guess something along the lines of bishop a6, but Fedoseev declines the sacrifice for now, develops the rook first.
Yeah, he might have played bishop a6, then maybe queen b6 after, depending on whether or not there's a tactic to defend the a5 pawn.
Right. Yeah, and don't forget that this pawn on e4 is also hanging in many lines.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what is going to happen here. I think it's, potentially kind of risky for white because he is down a pawn. This is a protected passer. So I feel like white needs to have, white needs something to show for the pawn, right? And to me, that's not exactly clear what that is.
Yeah. But now Daniil's getting into a more thoughtful mood. And let's see if he falls asleep or if he's efficient.
Right.
With his thinking. Because to me, it's like you just play queen b6. You get your queen off the file of the rook. You work towards coordinating your rooks. Like, I don't know what you would think about for 2 minutes here in a speed game.
Yeah. So to me, bishop e7 looks very logical. Again, bishop e6 is a move to just sacrifice his pawn over here. I guess he wanted to go queen b6 because then if we go down this whole line, after knight c5 towards bishop e2, but he goes pawn h6, so he's just passing the move to Fedoseev, and it really begs the question, like,
really
what happens if white
that?
just... Yeah, I mean, I guess, why not? That's what I wonder about.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what the funny thing is? They're both in Russia, and their apartments are both facing the same what is it called?
Direction.
Like way, the direction exactly, because from both sides the sun is coming in.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess in Russia right now it would be more like evening, so the sun is on the west, and so we can tell which direction they're
right. I think in Russia
here.
it's 9 o'clock right now.
Yeah.
Or actually it's 8. I just checked real quick.
Yeah, that's pretty strong sun for that late in the evening.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very bright sunset. So you get to see the answer to your question. C6 gets taken, and Dubov quickly plays rook a6, and the queen has to probably cover the pawn on e4 here. But now Fedoseev's thinking again. I mean, you would think he would have taken his decision when he took the pawn. I think bishop b7 might be coming from Dubov now that he's finally got rid of that pawn on c6.
Yeah, so to me, queen c2 looks kind of logical because, if you go to, let's say, b5, then black takes his pawn over here. But I would think you made a very good point earlier, how, black's queen side is pretty stable. And after bishop e7, I would maybe already prefer black because this pawn on e4 is under attack, maybe queen a8 as well to add another attacker, bring this rook into the game. It looks more pleasant for black. And also, Dubov does have the time advantage here.
Yeah, he's going to play instantly on this move. Yep. You can feel that kind of like I know you know this very better than any of us because you play a lot of speed chess, but you can feel that kind of like initiative of who knows what they're planning to do next, kind of going back and forth, right? Like, yeah,
it definitely feels like Dubov's moves are easier to play, and that's why he also gets a psychological advantage, right? But he goes queen a8. I feel like he is getting an edge in the position and on the clock. So tough position for Fedoseev, I would say.
Yeah.
But maybe you can. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'm just going to say it often goes hand in hand that, like, when the moves are going easy for you, like, the position's getting better as well because your opponent's making harder choices, maybe playing some inaccuracy here or there. But then at some point, you're going to run into a point where you have to make a difficult decision. And if you miss that one difficult decision, then will swing back against you.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Like, sometimes in these types of positions, like, there are some very easy moves, right? Like bishop b7, queen a8. Those almost come automatic. But here we see Dubov going for a bit of a thing again. To me, I guess rook c8 looks very logical to go rook to c3, but I guess, and we see rook c8 on the board, but I guess white will go one of the two rooks to c1. I would think probably the d rook, but he choose the other one. Now we'll see. Perhaps here, with the idea that if you take, maybe bishop takes, and hey, all of a sudden you hit this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one variation I could see would be like rook c1, bishop, or sorry, rook c6, rook c6, bishop c6, then white plays rook c1 at the end of that.
No, wait, there you've traded off all of the rooks.
Well, I think, oh, they've already traded them all?
Yeah, yeah. Right, but we see rook c6 right away by Dubov.
So
but I mean,
our board is behind.
No.
No.
Well, I guess now, what about rook takes, right? With rook c3 coming in, but there might be like queen b5, right? Going after this pawn. Just going for a bit of a thing. Maybe, I would think if the bishop takes c6, that looks pretty good, because I guess knight c4 is probably not going to work.
Yeah, what I was imagining here was rook c1, bishop a4, rook c8, queen c8, knight a5.
But then maybe like queen, like if we make all those moves, maybe something like queen c3 in the end is unpleasant. Because although even taking is not the end of the world, because you have knight here.
Right. There may also be queen c1 check, and then after white blocks, bishop c2 going after the e pawn from behind.
Yeah, that is a good line as well. So it feels like there's got to be something unpleasant. So Dubov definitely has the initiative here. He also is up a minute on the clock. So it's looking pretty tough for Fedosseev, I would say.
Yeah, tough moment. Oh, and he just turtles for his a pawn.
Yeah, rook a1.
Yeah, you have to wonder about knight b6 as soon as you see that, right?
Yeah. So rook a1, not a move you want to make, but you know, you do defend this pawn over here, which is pretty important. Knight b6 makes a lot of sense. I guess he wants to answer that with knight to c5. So let's see what Dubov has planned there. He could go knight ft7, but then, you know, you could still hang on with
what a dance.
Knight here.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall the position looks very good for black, I would think. Okay. I wonder, okay, knight c5, there it finally is. So knight f7 by Dubov on the board. I guess he takes, but now what about bishop takes? Right, because now you just lose a lot of time, right? I'm very surprised he didn't play knight b3, because now I think you just lose this pawn. He goes pawn d5, but I feel like this is not really doing too much.
Looking for that counterplay. I think black probably doesn't want to trade, right? Because you don't want the g2 bishop getting out faster.
True, but on the other hand, I don't see a good way to ignore it, because if you take with the knight, then white takes here, and you cannot take with the bishop, because then you leave your knight hanging.
Oh yeah.
And if you take with the bishop, then white takes, and you have to recapture the e pawn, which exposes your king a little bit. So,
how about e5 maybe to keep this area closed? Hand the opponent the protected passer.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for e5. Yeah.
Because the other big thing I want to do is I want to play rook c3. And right now, there's one good answer to rook c3. Queen d4. So
right, yeah. So yeah, I guess e5 is a move. F4 probably is way too slow. I think then your move rook c3 comes in really handy. The queen has a step back, and there should be something really good for black.
Yeah, then you start playing moves like queen c8, queen c5, rook c2.
He goes e5, and evil bar stayed at rock bottom. So apparently that was a good move. So very nice find by you and Dubov, David.
And Dubov, good for him too.
And yeah. So let's see what Fedosseev is going to do. I think f4 is just way too slow. Same goes probably for knight f3. Maybe you just go pawn f6.
You know, of all currently active chess players, I study Dubov's games the most. So at some point, I should be able to predict some of his moves.
Right. And why did you choose him to study his games?
His style is the most similar to mine out of any. I mean, like it's not about strength, right? A 1200 and a 2200 can have the same style. Like among players over 2700, his style is the most similar to mine, and opening choices and how much risk he does take.
Yeah, so let's see what Fedosеев is going to do here. He's getting down to 2:45 on the clock. Dubov still is over 4 minutes. And the position looks tough because A4 looks more or less undefendable. This bishop on G2 doesn't do a whole lot. This knight on D2 is not really going anywhere.
Yeah.
And you have to pass D-pawn, but that's really under firm control right now.
Right. My first instinct for white was the move knight F3 against E5 when I was first considering, like, could we play E5 for black here? But I kind of think that black can play F6 and it doesn't hurt black too much. And then the knight's not that well placed on F3. So I don't think it's actually a big deal.
Yeah, he does go for it.
He did go for it. Okay. Yeah.
So let's see what Dubov is going to do. Queen B8 is also a move, but then perhaps maybe there's some Queen A6 move. Rook C3. That might actually be a really nice move, pushing this queen back first.
Yeah. I think you send her to E2 and then you play F6 probably.
Or yeah, if you go back to E2, I think then perhaps just F6. He goes back to D1. Now maybe just Queen E8, defending this and adding another attacker to this pawn.
Oh, I see. So you're going to do without the move F6 because you kick the queen first. Yeah.
He goes to B8. I think he just wants to go to C7 to introduce the threat of this, and then Rook C1. So D6 by Fedosеев, creating this threat once again, but maybe now F6, but I guess he wants to go knight H4.
That's a fighting move right there.
What about
maybe knight C4?
Maybe knight C4 and just start pushing this is actually also very, very dangerous.
Yeah. Knight C4 looks powerful. So, in this format, the top seed gets white and it's a best of one. So that's like, a pretty considerable advantage. I think, and a reason that, as you're playing in the Swiss on Saturday, you'd be jockeying for trying to finish in the top. I mean, as high as you can, not just in the top 4, but if you finish in the top 2, you get white in the second round, etc. Today, white has not yet scored. And not looking hot at the moment either.
No, indeed. Yeah, in the 2 matches that we saw earlier, both Vokudov and Christopher Yu won with the black pieces, and it looks like Dubov is just going to make it 3 out of 3. But Fedosеев, he's a real fighter, and he's trying to complicate here with the move Bishop F1, hitting this knight over here. What can black do here? I guess black cannot take, because then white takes here and wins a piece. Bishop G4. He takes with a knight. Okay, now knight takes E5 by white. The position is still great for black, but at least white gets some activity.
Right, and I don't even know if black's going to play bishop E8 or bishop E6. It feels like the A pawn has survived, right? And we're just playing to play B3, B2 now. So yeah,
so that's why Fedosеев goes queen to D4, stopping B3 because it would hang the rook.
Yeah, great defense by Fedosеев. That's the move I didn't want. Was the white queen on that square, and he's managed to achieve it again. Wonder if it might not have been simpler for black to play F6 at some point, but
yeah, perhaps. I think Fedosеев wanted to go knight H4 to F5, but was that really a problem? Probably not, but it is something you have to deal with. And yeah, so it's just played the move Queen D4. And I would think he definitely has some chance here. You have to move like Queen C7.
Unhappy.
Right.
Visibly unhappy about what just happened. I mean, the white just centralized every piece.
Yeah.
And I think the really instructive move for our audience is that move D6, right? Where the pawn's probably going to be lost. Just pushing that pawn to D6, and it creates a little discoordination in black's camp while they're trying to collect it.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, right? It feels like, okay, D6, you're going to lose that pawn sooner or later, but black still has to win that pawn in the process. And in that process, black had to make some difficult decisions, which gave white some opportunities to activate his pieces. But we see B3 by Dubov. sacrificing a piece. So what happens if white takes? I guess he wants to take. Rook takes and b3. But what if white go? If rook b6, we go bishop b3. And if bishop d3, we take.
It still has the rook takes as well, because rook b3 would totally not work.
Right, because they take
rook b3, white would trade the rook, play bishop d3, and laugh. So Dubov was clearly unhappy with the way things were going. He was like rattled a little bit, but that's not enough to, beat a player of this caliber, right? Like, you give them a tough puzzle, they might not be happy about it, but they get down to business. He solves it. He comes up with b3, b2. And,
but how's Fedorsev just took it, but how is he going to sell the pawn here? Because if you don't, you just lose the game. I don't understand that he went into this. Because, I mean, it looked bad, but it wasn't necessarily lost. But now bishop b3, did he just miss that one? Because rook b3, I think you explained earlier, white takes and then goes bishop d3. But after bishop b3, is there still a defense that we are missing? The only thing I see is check, king here, and knight d7 to try to go for some sort of perpetual, but it looks really desperate. There should be a way for black to wiggle out of it.
Yeah.
Check. I think
Neil double checks.
Go for it. Something like g5 should be winning.
g5 is normal. I think h5 also is totally fine.
Yeah, creating the h6 square.
Yeah.
Right.
The knight on f8 would be really badly placed at that point. So
yeah. If you could go knight f8 and then hop this rook over the knight, and he goes for pawn h5.
Yeah.
You're really on a roll, David, today.
Well, just for Dubov's game.
Yeah, you've studied him, and we see it's paying off. So guys, study the games of a player, and you will play like that player.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, I mean, obviously you won't calculate the same as them. You'll make plenty of mistakes, because otherwise people would be like, well, why don't you just study Magnus's games and be the best player? You predict some of their moves, but make the same number of mistakes in between here and there.
Exactly. So we see rook b6 by Fedorsev, but I think pawn to just queen now. I guess he wants to go knight f8, king back, and rook here, but it isn't. Yeah. Maybe it's not even creating a single threat.
Nothing. I think you can just play.
What
rook
if you
C1
just go rook c1?
Yeah.
Because if you check and go back, there's always king h6.
Yep.
But Dubov goes g5. I like it. Looks very aesthetic. No, the two pawns here. That is 6 with king up.
Room.
Like king g7, and there's no single check anymore. And so Fedorsev fights on.
Wow.
Rook c1 maybe. Queen c1 played. Hitting the knight also looks good.
That's
h4.
Yeah.
c4 perhaps. As a rule of thumb, trades are good when you're winning. Rook b7, rook c7.
Which black completely is. Offers another trade. And we're reaching why is Fedorsev playing territory here, I think. I mean,
true, but I mean it is a knockout. So the moment you resign, you're out. So you might as well keep playing for a little bit longer. But yeah, a queen versus a knight is really difficult to overcome. I would just go queen a8 here, I would think. Let's see. And I channel my inner Dubov. I guess rook here. Now the question is, this is by the way not even close to a fortress, but the one thing black has to be careful of is not to blunder the queen. But I think f6 looks really solid here, and now white is losing the stability because rook c1 is coming, and you have to go because g4, but is queen e4, g3, check. Yeah, check looks good.
Oh yeah,
and I think now it's
queen e1.
Queen e1, yeah, and
that's the extra queen in action. Holy moly! He gives a little eye thing, okay.
All right, so yeah, a nice win by Daniel Dubov. He moves on to the semifinals as well. And yeah, I think he just outplayed Fedorsev in this game with the black pieces. It seemed like, white quickly got into a worse position and Dubov didn't let him off the hook.
So sometimes you go into the opening somebody knows really well from the other side. And even though they're a little uncomfortable about revealing things, it's just a position they know really well. And, the idea is knowing the ideas comes through very like helpfully in a rapid game. I mean, you saw him just leaving that c6 pawn undefended forever. He just knew with the pawn on b4, he can play those positions quite happily.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, he moves on to the semifinals, and he's going to be playing the winner of the match between Dmitry Andreikin and Alexis Sarana. So let's have a very quick look at the bracket. 3 of our semifinalists are already locked in. And
Yeah.
David, what do you make of this matchup between really 2 RCC regulars?
Right. So Sarana is currently in 9th place, 2 points below Fedoseev. So these guys have probably faced each other before here. Andreikin's played in 13 events, Sarana even more. And Andreikin's been coming out on top recently. I mean, like by a decisive margin. And you said you commented the last RCC before the little candidates break. So I believe that Andreikin won that one. Is that
right? Yeah.
That right?
Yeah. What I've heard is that he's won 2 RCCs in a row, and this could actually be his 3rd. Mm-hmm. Has there been a 3-peat already? Like, has Hikaru done it?
Has Hikaru won 3 in a row? That's a good question. We'll need an RCC historian to answer that one for us. I mean, another question is, could Andreikin actually, threaten Hikaru's position if he wins this? I mean, he's got 8 KO appearances, right? Which means that even though he's already played 13 events, if he won first place in this event, he would be replacing a score from a week where he didn't make the KO. So he'd basically be adding a full 10 points to his tally. He'd go up to 76. I mean, basically he would potentially, I mean, if you just are scoring 10 points a week, yeah, I mean, you'd be in the conversation for being able to close that gap.
Right. And yeah, if we look at Sarana, he's on 37 points. Noterbeck Abdusattorov is in 13th place. So he's just outside of the bubble, so to speak. And Sarana's 4 points clear ahead of that, right? He's 4 points in the safety zone, so to speak. So for him, a good result would be really welcome here to give himself more of a cushion for the next couple of weeks.
Yesterday already went well for him because yesterday Noterbeck didn't make it into the knockout. Parham didn't make it into the knockout. Raunak didn't make it into the knockout. Wesley didn't make it into the knockout. I mean, maybe like 7 of these top 20 players in that 13 through 20 range, all but 1 or 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi, almost all the rest of them were playing yesterday and got pushed out in the last round. So, I mean, yesterday went like really well for Sarana. And, I think for today, the goal would be, don't look past Andreikin. Like, just see if you can get through 1 round, and then everything after that would be gravy. And I would consider it a very successful weekend for Alexei.
Yeah, no, he definitely got the toughest pairing, right? And that's sometimes a bit of the luck with the draw. Right. So yeah, we'll see how this matchup is gonna go. But yeah, I would definitely think Andreikin is the favorite. He's starting off with the white pieces, and we saw earlier how after Hikaru, he's been the 2nd most successful player in the RCC so far. He stacked up 66 points. But let's talk real quick about the format, David. Right.
Yeah. So it's an 8-player single elimination. We've already seen 3 players eliminated in a clear, decisive single first game, 10+2. We haven't had a draw yet. So basically they're playing 10+2. The higher seed gets white. That'll be Andreikin in this next game. If they have a draw, then they play another game using bidding Armageddon, which I like. I'm a fan of bidding. It gets out of all those discussions of whether or not 5 versus 3 is fair, or 4 versus 3, or 5 versus 4, or 6 versus 4. Yeah, I'm all for fair chess on chess.com.
Yeah. Wait, was that a little play you said, like, I'm all for fair chess on chess.com?
Yeah, because we've got fair chess on YouTube right now, entering the building.
Exactly. And we see him opening up with the Nimzo D5 by Sarana, so he's transposing back into the Ragozin. Queen f4, knight c6, and a3 by Andrigan. So he's really asking black to take on c3.
Yeah.
And bishop d6, bishop d7, sorry, by Serrano.
But I've been thinking of changing Andrekin's name to the ironically named.
The ironically named. Or what about flag chess on YouTube?
So we could oh right, flag chess on YouTube.
Yeah.
Flag chess on YouTube. And eventually we can abbreviate him to just ironically, right? We'll just call him, oh, ironically moved his queen to a4, and everyone will know, oh, that's what Kramnik branded him.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have this line with h6, bishop h4. Generally, white has a lot of trumps here. He has the two bishops. Mm-hmm. He also has a slightly better pawn structure, I would say, especially because this knight on c6 is a little bit misplaced, because black would generally like to play moves like c5 to put pressure on white's center. But for all of that, white is behind in development. So I think if Andrikin gets in a couple moves, let's say e3, bishop e2, and castles, he should be quite a bit better. But the question is, what is Serrano going to do in the meantime?
Yeah, I think b6, knight a5 is the first plan that appeals to me. But the danger is that since Andrikin has preemptively removed the queen from that diagonal, that whenever you play knight a5, white can consider knight e5. So that's the contest we're about to see right here is, do you get to control c4 like you wanted to, or do you just give up the most prime realty in the entire board, e5 for white?
And ironically, knight e5 has just been played. So I guess here white is starting to take on f6 sooner or later to force black to take with the pawn. Otherwise, you leave this bishop hanging. So Serrano has a decision to make here. Like, you could still consider c5, because after takes, this knight has to move. White loses a lot of time, but he goes bishop e6.
Yeah.
There, what about g4 here, actually?
Seriously, Benjamin? You would throw some pawns like that?
Those are not my pawns, but I think there's something to be said for it.
Okay.
Because if black goes g5, we go bishop g3, and let's say black takes, right? Then let's say we trade, and we go h4. There's no way for black to keep the king side closed, and also the queen can always come in. So it's definitely something to consider. The only drawback it has is, let's say black goes c5 after g5, perhaps just knight e4, and his pawn is pinned.
So the main problem you see with g4 is the g5 threat might not be that real, because black has knight e4 or knight h7, that kind of a trick.
Right. And yeah, perhaps that added up to why he played e3. So I guess now black has to play someone like c5.
The other reason he might have played e3 is that it's the move that would be normal to anybody.
Right. Yeah.
Your move was kind of like, an extra move, a maniac move. And e3 and developing the bishop on f1 is kind of like,
what everyone and his brother does.
Yeah, what every boring normal person would do.
Right.
Okay, so quick rook c8, looking for c takes d4, some play on the c file. He's reacting reasonably energetically as Serrano, I think, doing what he's got to.
Yeah, so let's see what Andrikin will do here. He can move his queen out of the way, but I think, perhaps maybe just castles, and if cd you take with the pawn. The pawn on c3 is not too much of a problem, right? Because if black goes queen c7, well, first of all, there's always this you have to take into consideration, but also just rook a to c1. And it's really difficult to add more pressure towards that pawn. But of course, there is also something to be said for, let's say, queen b2 to recapture it.
So he allows the cd ed, and I think we can understand it in terms of a plan for Serrano here. With the knight stuck on a5, it wants to come back to c4 as soon as possible. It's hard to do that in a good way. Well, partly what c5 and rook c8 did was it made it a better way, because had the queen moved off of the c file, he could play cd4, knight c4, just plunk it there with the bishop on e6 and rook on c8. And when white captures that knight, play d takes c4 with a strong passed c pawn. So he actually manages to use like bad structure, bad knight on a5, bad light squared bishop, and show some strength with it, actually.
Yeah, so we see queen c7 by Serrano. And I think that whole line made a lot of sense, where moving the queen out of the way to go c takes, wasn't really worth it because of the knight c4 jump that you mentioned. So we see rook c1 by Andrekin. White couldn't really take on f6 because black would take, hitting the knight. And if the knight moves, then you take on c3. But now, of course, if white gets a move, it's definitely on his radar. So Serrano has to make a decision here. Like, is he going to keep this knight here? Well, he decides not to. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, most likely looking at knight d7 versus knight g4 to avoid bishop f6 in the most useful way possible. Challenge the knight on e5, and still trying to bring the knight on a5 back to c4. Because with the current structure, if you just play knight c4, it's not that good. White would trade it. You play dc4, and you don't have a passed pawn. White's d4 pawn is a nice pawn. So,
yeah, no, definitely. So I like this move, knight g4 by Serrano.
Bishop e3.
Right, but I guess black just takes, and after bishop takes, you go, let's say, queen d7, followed by knight c4, and it's looking pretty solid, I would think. So maybe what Andrekin could consider is something like knight f3 to go h3 on the next one, because this knight can only go back to this square, and then once going to be traded.
Yeah, that's a nice tricky idea.
Right, because also, like, there's no f4 because of knight e3, and like if you go rook to e1, I guess black just goes here, or maybe just takes and
takes followed by knight there.
Yeah, and I guess if you take with the pawn, like after knight c4, black should be doing okay. So maybe this move knight f3 could be tricky. At least to me, he goes rook f to e1. All right, so let's see what Alexei is.
Probably against knight f3, black would try knight c4, allowing the whole h3 thing.
Right, but then I guess we sort of get what we want. So all of this is on the board. I wonder if there was a problem with knight c4 right away, but he goes rook to e8 first. All right. So white has the two bishops, but he doesn't have any real targets with it, right? Like, let's say you go bishop g3. I think, once again, this queen just steps out of the way to d7, I would think.
Yeah.
And with knight c4 coming in, I would say if anyone is better, it's probably black, to be honest. Okay, goes to e7.
It's interesting because it feels like the narrative so far is that black's sort of fighting tooth and nail to get into this game, right? Like it's a little bit hard to get a good game for black here, but it sounds like you think black's getting really close to that. Maybe queen a4 to worry you about a7. Oh man,
it was f4. I like this move because he wants to go f5. So he's, if black takes on a3, I think we just go f5. The bishop has to go to d7. And then we take on d5. And then, the two pawns in the center could really be, although maybe there's bishop a4. No, wait, bishop. So bishop a4 we take here. On a5, black takes over here.
Yeah.
Wait, just to show that line real quick.
Yeah.
If black were to take here, I guess we go f5.
Yeah.
The bishop has to go back. I think we take here. So that after bishop a4, we take here. Black takes here. We take on a3. Black takes here. And at the end of it all, white is up a pawn, right? Because if black takes here, white takes here. But probably black should be able to draw after, say, b5. But back to the game. Knight c6.
There's rook e2 coming as well. Rook e2 and bishop e4. So... in the game, he kicked the rook first and then he took. So now he kept the rook from recapturing on d5, right?
Yeah.
So now white has to play for an attack. And I think the idea is maybe, but there's knight d4 to watch out for, right? I was going to suggest f5, bishop d7, f6. Just try and break the dark squares up on the king side. But knight d4 would have probably refuted it.
Well, I mean, even there, maybe we just keep playing,
Speaking of which, does knight d4 refute this?
Oh,
I guess queen d1.
Or what about queen f2?
Queen f2, okay.
Hitting the knight, and even taking on f5 is not horrible, but I would think white is better there.
Yeah.
Wait, is there knight? Wait, is there knight b4? But that would be very nasty, because then you really take the sting out of white's attack. Like the queen has to go somewhere, let's say. You take here, and if white recaptures, then you just go bishop d7. And I would think black has nothing to worry about there. I mean, if anything, black is probably better. And the problem with knight b4 is that, let's say white moves the queen out of the way, then it's also hitting the rook, right? So white is forced to take the knight once it takes on d3.
Serrano using up his entire time advantage to consider these options here. And then he does go for it. He had like an extra minute on the clock throughout this game, or I mean, for much of this game, he'd been playing it really quickly, and it came in handy there because he got to really assess knight b4 and knight d4 versus bishop d7.
Yeah. But we're getting word that actually Serrano played an over the board game today at 4 p.m. Central European time. He finished the game just in time to get back to this one. That's pretty impressive. You know, I guess he just figured like, okay, I'll just win this game quickly and then I'll, you know, get back to work.
Right. I mean, I guess it's like, if it's 90 plus 30, you're most likely going to make it back. But not totally
like 90 plus 30
but...
for the entire game. Yeah. Probably, yeah.
You got like 4 hours. But it's close. But it's close.
Especially, I guess for him, it was good that he came in 5th, right? Because then you play at the end. You play at the end, right?
Yeah. But I guess that's part of like sort of the new landscape of professional chess, right? Is like now you're mixing in online tournaments at different kinds of time zones to your OTB tournaments.
Right. And I just checked real quick. He won that game with still an hour and 16 minutes on the clock. He only used like I would say 20 minutes or something for that game. So he was probably... Wait, go ahead.
In my day, if a GM did that to you, it's because they were in a rush to get to the bar. But now if somebody's just like blitzing on you like that, it might mean they've got an online tournament starting like, you know, really soon.
Yeah. But here he is. And also I'm sure that by playing so quickly, he really put the pressure on his opponent. Actually the time control in the tournament he was playing is quite tricky because it's 90 minutes for 40 moves with only 15 minutes after move 40. So there is a time control, but only 15 minutes. You're still kind of in time pressure even when you do reach
that's
40.
Pretty random to get 15 minutes. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Think about one move. Okay. Yeah. I think this position has the potential to be our first draw of the day. I'm not saying it will be, but like this is the first game where it feels like, yeah, it could be a draw. It's possible.
Yeah, true.
As I say that,
definitely still feels more pleasant for white, given the fact that black has to think about this pawn over here. Yeah. See bishop d2 by Drake, and also this pawn on d5 is kind of weak. So let's see how Serrano is.
Pawn isolated. I'm not sure why Serrano gave the b7 pawn because, I mean, it's a pawn plus it's the 7th rank for that white rook.
Right. He could have. I mean, bishop c6 is a little bit passive, but there's definitely something to be said for that.
Like the bishop's passive, I understand it's ugly, but it's keeping that rook on a7 out for the time being. And if the rook retreats, you can reroute the bishop.
Right. So let's see what he's going to do here. I think maybe bishop g6, making sure this is defended, and then you can move your queen again. But white definitely has to
prepare for queen f4, though. He's got to have...
Right, because white's king is pretty safe. Like after queen e2, we can always go h3, and a check doesn't really phase us. Our king sits very safe on h2 because we control all of the dark squares.
Okay, he gives up h6 with check. Now his rook is tied down to the back rank mate. We'll probably see queen h6, king g8, h3. What?
Well, I think his idea is king here, and after h3, after bishop e4, I actually don't see how white would be stopping checkmate.
Yep.
So I mean, if actually h3 bishop e4 might also be a problem because
Yeah.
rook takes f7
Impressive.
is just not going anywhere.
Impressive find from Serrana here.
Yeah.
Find this variation where you're giving up h6 with check. It's the kind of thing that a lot of people would be afraid of.
Wait, but what about bishop e4 now? Because I would think maybe you have to go queen f2, which is a little bit sad. Because h5. And, you know, it's not out of the question that black could potentially also start playing for a win. You know, if you get bishop e4, rook to g8, maybe get this rook around this way. Oh, sorry, the a8. And a2.
Yeah.
Black definitely has some attacking chances, I would think.
Yeah, rook a8 is on my radar. I hadn't yet thought about rook g8, and I'm glad that I hadn't, because rook g8, queen h6 mate. So,
right, yeah.
So that's
I
not
said potentially. I said potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Potentially, we could get the rook involved. But no, I mean, it's amazing that black's position is okay, given that the bishop and rook are both badly placed at the moment, right? So there's definitely a lot of improvement available for black here. I guess rook a2 also has a problem. Rook a2, queen h6, and rook b8. So that's also in the potential camp, the rook a2 idea.
Yeah, and as we speak, Draken is getting down to 2 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Serrana has a 1 minute advantage. We know that there is the increment, but still, you know, the pressure, you know, you will get under pressure if you get low on time.
Yeah. Takes the pawn. Is he going for perpetual, or does he win the rook on c8 with queen f5? So queen d2, rook f7, takes, king h8, queen f6. And then you've got a fork on either f5 or e6.
Right. Then the question becomes, does black have a perpetual
with
in the
queen
end?
c1, queen f4. The answer is
I
yes.
would. Well, I mean, I can go to f2.
Queen c1, king f2.
Yeah.
Queen d2.
You give it check. I mean, the king walks. I mean, if you check on e3, the king goes to f1. It's not that easy, I would think, but it feels like there should be a draw.
Yeah.
Because also you could potentially, you know, with some checks, get the pawn on g2. Let's see what it's going to do. Throwing in queen d1 first isn't going to change much. Why just goes king here? Takes everything. Maybe even king up. Check, and king g5 could be considered, but then you have to be careful that maybe that white doesn't take another pawn. And if you go into the corner, there was queen f6. Let's say king here, check. Let's say king up. Let's say takes, right? Like check, king back, check, king f1.
One thing that's not easy, but that might be enough to hold, would be black can sort of give check on f4 with the queen, and when the white king comes to the e file, you can play queen e4 check, and when the king goes to the d file, just take on g2, because your queen's covering d5.
Maybe we do that by going queen d3, king c1, and then check. King here, and then we take with a check, and the king goes here. And if our king is already close, it would be nice to somehow go king h4, but I didn't quite see how to make that work. Wait, what if
I think if you want to go for that, you want the king on g5, and king h4 looks fine for black.
So what about this? What if we take, white takes, take, we go king h6, queen e6, and king g5, right? My only consideration was like, can white take this pawn over here?
Oh, and still get your rook.
Right, but maybe we still can go here, because actually if you go to f4, you get checkmated right away. But if you go to h4, white has a check, and maybe he doesn't have much else. Like we could go
g3, queen f5, queen f4. The queen comes back and can block now.
No, but that is not the move. No.
After long thought.
Thatch. No, that is not the move. No. Bishop f4, I would think.
Instead of coming back to defend the bishop with queen g5 or something, let's use that piece.
Yeah, because
Bring it
now
to
black
e5.
never has a perpetual because we control this diagonal. We have bishop f4 on the board, and
Yeah.
I think Serrano is just going down here.
Yeah. Yeah, we will probably not be seeing our first draw of the day now. Bishop e5 is looking very mighty against bishop e4. He can play rook f7 with a mate in 2. So he's completely tied up. Queen goes passive. I guess the plan is to play bishop e5, rook g8.
Well, I was saying maybe rook e7 first, because if you start with bishop e5, black can go here and queen f8.
Yeah.
But if we start with rook e7, the queen goes, let's say, to a8, then we go here, and after rook g8, we can sack, and we have rook e7 on the board. And I think this is just going to be a win for Andraken. e8.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
So you have check
Comes out.
here and bishop f6.
Yeah.
King
Queen
here
g7,
and then
bishop f6.
check.
And you've
If
got
here,
mate or
check.
a rook check. So
Check. Okay, you can pre-move bishop f6.
yeah.
So no need to keep bishop f6. Just a very easy win, and there it is. Rook e5, and it's just checkmate. Queen h6.
Yeah. Oh, and he shakes his head. He did not manage to put the distance he wanted between himself and others. Here in the Rapid Chess Championships Grand Prix standings over 19 weeks. Serrano had a good day yesterday, qualifying for the knockout, keeping other players in the chasing pack away, but he's only going to get 2 points for a fifth.
No,
grade
3
place
points.
finish?
3 points if you make it to the quarterfinals. But yeah, very unfortunate loss for Andraken.
3 points
For
okay.
Serrano. It
Mhm.
felt that, black should have a draw had he taken the bishop on d2, but instead he spent 3 minutes where he had 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and he made the wrong decision. So very unfortunate loss for him. But yeah, and Draken moves on to the semifinals against Daniel Dubov. So let's have a very quick look at the bracket. We have some small upsets here, I would say. I mean, to me, Vokudov beating Savian is a big upset. And Christopher Yu beating Keimer is also quite a surprise.
Yeah, I think that Keimer versus Yu's maybe a bit more of a toss-up, but I mean every factor was in favor of Keimer. White with the higher seed, higher ratings, and all of that. But I've watched Chris Yu more than other people, perhaps because he's on the California Unicorns, and I mean I strongly feel like he's just underrated in classical chess, and just in terms of his overall chess level is just, I think, very, very high in rapid blitz and all-time controls. I think he's really, really, really very talented, strong player. It's not a huge surprise to me to see that. It's a disappointment for Savian, but also maybe like a little bit less of a surprise if you consider that it's repeating history, and sometimes there's some intangible beyond the ratings that tells you this is kind of like a pattern of, in these situations you do great, in these situations you struggle. And, he may have had some doubts in his mind as he's playing today that like, please, tell me that history is not going to repeat itself today.
Yeah.
And just worrying about
point.
that.
Yeah.
Just worrying about that can be a disadvantage.
Yeah. And you make a very good point. Of course it's not rational, but that is sort of what happened last time when you were the first seed. So, and unfortunate results for Sam Savian, who played so well yesterday in the Swiss, but he gets knocked out. And talking about Savian, I think he's nowhere close really to making it into the top 12.
Yeah. He's far away from that. As mentioned, his only other knockout appearance, right? He lost in the first round. So
he even has less points than me. So yeah, he has got no shot.
How many points do you get commentating?
You get all your points added at the end of the season, and you get 100 points.
100 points. All right. You're in good shape.
You have to be a grandmaster, so
You have to be
Sorry,
grandmaster to participate. Yeah. So I get 0
Right,
points
yeah.
for commentating. Yeah, of course. Understood. Yeah. If I suggested better moves, maybe they would give me a point in the future.
Yeah, but 1 point is still not gonna count.
1 point won't get you very far, but you can claim you've got a point. You can find yourself at the
True.
bottom of a list of players.
Yeah. So we'll see what. Yeah. So we have these matchups coming up next. We have Vokudov against Christopher Yu.
Mm-hmm.
To me, Christopher Yu is definitely the favorite there. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. I would give Chris Yu the nod in that matchup. He's going to have white as the higher seed here, but also just in general on like, you know, blitz chess performances that I've seen from him. Vokudov lost in the first round of the Junior Speed Chess Championships last time around. And I've seen Chris Yu have some like quite good matches there. You know, where he's really competing with some of the best speed juniors in the world, which is also kind of like saying the best speed players in the world. So yeah, I think he should be a favorite there. And I'm going to continue to see Andreykin as a favorite as well on the other side of this. You know, I mean, he's won 2 in a row. He came through just now in a tough game, but I would also say he was never in danger in this game with Serrano, right? Like at worst in danger of a draw. So that's something to say. And in rapid chess, normally it's uneven enough that your opponents actually have a chance to win at some point.
Right. Yeah.
And that was not the case. I mean, he was in control. So
yeah. So the next match is going to start very, very soon. I'm sure the players are getting ready. I wonder how, I mean, I guess, yeah, for most of the players, you know, they played and they have a bit of a break. How do you usually spend such a break in between games?
I usually, if nothing's going wrong in the event with my openings or something like that, I would usually just spend the time to do very, very mild physical movement, you know, walking around or, you know, some little exercises like that, just to sort of like switch between physical and mental. It's my usual choice. If it's an event where something's gone wrong with an opening in a previous round, in a way that's like truly concerning, I might have to look something up. But that would not be my preference to do that. How about you?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I think, yeah, it just depends on whether there's something you have to look up. As we speak, the players have just gotten off. And what is this opening? So black intended to play the Nimzo defense, but white played this move, bishop to f4, so it's basically mixing a London with a queen's gambit, I would say. And after d5, he took knight takes and bishop g3. He loses a tempo, but now he hits the
now
knight.
Black's playing the semi-Tarrasch against the London system or something.
Right.
I've
never
took back
seen
with the
this
knight,
line.
not the pawn.
Have you ever seen this line? I've never seen it.
No, we're in really uncharted waters. I would say the bishop on g3 is starting to not look good here. So I think this opening's starting to get a bit weird for white. Wait, he sacked that pawn on d4? Can you back me up for a moment? Like, why did he sack that pawn on d4?
Well, the problem was that both e4 and d4 were under attack, so he had to sack something. So that's why I decided to sack this one with knight d2 and e5, knight fd7. I thought knight to d5. This one looks a little bit passive to me. So
right. I mean, this one kind of commits to winning the pawn on e5. Otherwise, you're sort of stuck.
Right. Yeah. Because if you don't, like this bishop here is pretty passive. Your knight can come back to c5, but with knight c6 here.
So I think we might see a move like g5 or h5 from Vokudov at some point here. Probably g5 first and then h5.
Yeah.
Because he's a little committed that way. Otherwise, I don't really see like bishop b4, queen a5 doing much. If white just plays a3 and takes on d2 with the queen. So yeah, maybe G5 here.
Yeah, he goes for bishop b7, a bit more conservative, castles. Probably just castles, even though there's definitely something to be said for pawn at g5.
He's going to play G5 now.
Huh. No,
What?
he castles.
Nothing crazy. Just castles.
Yeah.
Well, now I just don't like his position as much.
Yeah, because you
Like,
think
compared
it's
to
just a
knight
bit
D5, you
passive,
suggested.
right? After, let's say, queen e2, a rook coming to d1, and it feels like white should be able to eventually run out the pawn on d4.
Yeah,
Right, but
or just keep playing around it and just organize the kingside attack. Leave the pawn on d4. You don't need it. From white's perspective, right? You want to play queen e2 to e4 maybe. And maybe look to get that bishop to d3 or b1 at some point. Threaten checkmate on h7, get a weakness, play h4.
Yeah.
Just play straight for the kingside attack.
Exactly. So knight c5 by Vokudov. Okay, so perhaps a3 now to try to go pawn. To go pawn at b4.
I'm with you 100%.
And maybe black
Let's
will just go
restrain
pawn
that
a5. I think you just go a5 because after b4, this knight cannot go anywhere. But you don't want to go back to d7, also not back to a6. So I think you have to fight for the c5 square by going pawn a5.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And then white will play perhaps queen e2, knight e4. Since they can't get the queen to e4 any other way, maybe queen e2, knight e4 with the rook on e1 or d1 if you like.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said for that.
I think for white, the move to watch out for is d3 from black at some point. Just, opening up some more space in the center. You just have to keep your eye on that.
Yeah. And we see Christopher Yu going for a bit of a think here. So let's see what he is gonna do. I would think a3, a5, and then maybe you continue with your queen e2 business, followed by a knight e4, maybe rook coming to d1. Okay, a3, a5, I expect now. Yep, there it is.
Quickly. Good.
And I guess queen e2.
So I'm thinking of like a very weird idea for black in response to queen e2 to play knight a4. So like d3. So like queen e2, d3, queen e3, knight a4 is my idea. We throw in d3 so that white can't just defend the b2 pawn with the queen from e2.
Wait, so sorry, after queen e2, what did you want to do?
d3, queen e3, and then knight a4.
And your ideas
b3, knight b2, and I still try and just trade off that bishop.
That is pretty dank. I mean, it looks like the knight should be getting trapped, but black actually can also go after this pawn. We see queen e2 by Christopher Yu. I mean, I would be surprised if he goes for it because it looks like such a unusual idea, but actually it makes a lot of sense now that I see it.
Yeah, I feel slightly bad about it, like taking maybe black's best placed piece, the knight on c5, and going after the b pawn with it without solving our rooks or c8 bishop or anything. But it just came to me as like an idea to just sort of like harass the white pieces and try and trade off the bishop on c4. And yeah, okay, he plays a normal move, b6, with the idea of bishop b7.
Right.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, so b6 also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess bishop coming to a6, so knight e4 by Christopher Yu.
And be aware, Shamsidin, if you don't take that, he could also plop it on d6. Like it's not just there to trade.
True.
This knight can go to d6, it can go to f6, it can go to g5 with the move h4. So don't assume that if you don't take on e4 that Chris is going to take on c5 or anything like that. The knight's got some hops.
Right. Yeah, but if you do take right now, I mean, white is going to take with the queen, and I guess after bishop e7, there's got to be something with bishop d3, right? Threatening checkmate. And this, I was thinking bishop e5 initially, but black still has knight a7. Did this bishop over here?
Nice, knight a7. I was 3 steps behind you. I was gonna say, would bishop b5 be even better than bishop d3? Nope, knight a7.
Yeah, I initially thought it was better, but there's still that move. So he goes bishop b7. Well, knight d6. I guess this knight has to go.
It's got to be taken. Can't be tolerated.
But if you cannot round up the pawn on d6, and if white gets rook to d1 and takes his pawn, white should be much, much better.
Yeah, I mean, black, the main thing you would do for black there would be f6, e5 to lock out the bishop, but you have to deal with the bishop on c4 before you can start vacating the e6 to f7 to g8 diagonal.
Right.
It's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah, that knight did not stay on e4 for long, did it? That was just, you don't want to take it? Okay, here we go. Straight to d6.
Okay. So he goes queen to c7. All right. I mean, maybe now you just bring in the rook with rook f to d1. I don't necessarily see anything better. I mean, taking the bishop is an option.
There's also maybe bishop b5. Like there's something on that file as well to be looked at. You know, maybe some scenario where you could try to play b4 or
like maybe taking at some point upon b4. Yeah. But it looks difficult to manufacture. So I kind of like rook f to d1, just taking this pawn over here, because after the trade, you know, this rook could move along the fourth ring and then try to create threats towards this king over here.
That's true. That would be very nice to make threats over there. The thing about queen c7 is if you ever trade that knight, you're going to lose a tempo. That's what I just can't believe about this queen c7 move. It's like anytime you take on d6, you're going to immediately lose a tempo. White will get the first move in that position after the trade, which makes it seem hard to ever take on d6. But if you can't take on d6, that means you're going to tolerate this knight forever. I don't see where this goes in a good way for black at this point.
Yeah, no, definitely. So yeah, he just played rook to d8. The question is, can white just take here? Or wait, actually, no, black takes, and knight b3 with a fork on the rooks, because if you take, then you hang your rook like this. And I don't think white has anything there. So Christopher will have to make a move to prepare that.
Yeah. I think the bishop on c4 should move. That's my feeling. So whether that be bishop a2 or bishop b5, I guess bishop a2, bishop a6 is a concern, right?
Kind of like your move bishop b5. It adds some pressure to the knight on c6, even though you know it feels like the knight is probably going to get traded soon. He goes knight b5, but the knight was so strong on d6.
Yeah, no, that was the greatest thing about your position was that knight on d6.
Right. I mean, you can regain the pawn on e4, but I feel like there black should be doing completely fine. I mean, black can just trade, go knight e4, maybe bishop c5. So that definitely felt like a missed opportunity for Christopher.
Yeah, I think that's a big mistake. I would have liked bishop b5, even pawn h4. I would have been happy with, sort of asking black where they're going. I guess black would have probably played queen b8 if given a move.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think that bishop b5 idea, maybe I was just not calculating it properly, but it didn't seem that hard to set up bishop takes c6 and b4. It looked almost like it was immediately threatened, because if the queen takes, b4 would win the knight, and if the bishop takes, you play b4, and then if the knight moves, you play b5. It looked like it was like pretty directly creating some threat, but that's for another time. As the game opens up, Black's knight goes active. They're probably looking to unwind further with bishop c5. And yeah, I think these positions for Black, it's never about the extra pawn on d4. I think it's more about just trying to create some open space in the center to distract from a potential kingside attack.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the initiative has definitely shifted in Black's favor. Because we can always grab the bishop pair by taking on g3. If White goes bishop f4 now, then there's bishop c5, which looks really annoying, hitting the knight. So he goes knight f3. But I would think here, maybe just taking on g3, White recaptures. And then what about just trading all the rooks? Because I think also in the endgame, Black has quite a pleasant advantage, because the pawn on e5 could be a weakness. Maybe you can attack the pawn on b2 somehow if the queen gets active. The bishop is going to c5. So I think Black holds all the trumps. And if you take on d1 first and go rook to d8, you give White the opportunity to save the bishop with bishop f4.
How about bishop c5? Like, is there any hurry for Black here? The knight on e4
I like that move as well, yeah. Trades on d1, rook d8. Okay, so maybe now bishop f4 for Christopher, but there's still, let's say, takes, and bishop c5. It goes bishop d3. I guess now although you don't have to take, this is not a threat.
Right. So other moves would be bishop c5, queen c7, h6. I think another really useful move to play at some point in these positions is h6. Just in certain end games, you can bring your king out faster.
Right.
Okay. So he resolves things. He's just got a very, very nice bishop pair. Somewhat overextended e5 pawn, we would say at this point.
Yeah. This pawn is definitely a bit of a weakness. Queen c7 by Vokudov.
Yeah.
Nice solid move, I would say. And the difficult thing for White is, like, how are you going to coordinate your pieces here? This knight is lacking any stability, I would think. And I don't really see how you organize your other pieces, to be honest.
No, I mean, your dream would be to somehow play bishop e4 and neutralize that pressure, but tactically we just can't do it, nor do I really see how we arrange it. I mean, rook d2, rook e1. I mean,
right, but even after rook d2, bishop e4 is okay, he goes queen e3. Let's see what Black is gonna do now.
d1 officially hanging.
He goes pawn h6.
Yeah.
I think h6 is a good move from a practical standpoint. He senses that it's difficult for Christopher to make moves here, right? And he feels like, okay, let me just make a move that's always good, right? I make some move for my king. There's never any sacrifice over here. And I just pass White the move.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great thing to do when you have an easier position. You're ahead on time, and your opponent doesn't have any activity. Just let them stew in their position.
Yeah, so rook to e1. Okay, so let's see. I mean, bishop c5 just runs into queen e2. And if White does get in the move bishop e4, his position is pretty holdable, I would think. So what about, let's say, queen c5? He goes queen e7. Maybe he wants to go bishop a6.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think for Christopher, he has to try to trade off the bishops. Because if you go, let's say, bishop to b1, moves like queen b5 are also going to be really annoying with bishop c5. And then you actually control all of these diagonals. It's quite aesthetic.
Yeah.
Do you think?
It's amazing. It's better than a bishop pair. It's like a bishop triad, right? You've got three consecutive diagonals. Yeah, and especially that unopposed one on c5 hitting f2 is just vicious. Okay, bishop h7 is threatened, so a moment's care required.
Queen is c6 played by Vokudov.
Paying attention. Now on rook c1, rook d3, rook c6, rook e3, rook c7.
Yeah. I was wondering for a moment if, okay, anyway, bishop c5 was played, hitting the queen. The queen has to step back to e2. And black holds a lot of trumps in this position, but how exactly do you make progress? That's been the question for the last couple of moves. He goes queen a4. Yeah. I guess he might want to go here with the queen, but although that, no, the queen is not trapped. But
you 50 seconds for Christopher. You may think I have only one thing on my mind, but I was thinking that g5 was an idea again for black for completely different reasons than earlier in the opening, of course. But I was thinking you might be able to play g5, g4, send the knight to h4 to cover g2, and then kind of strand it there, right? Because you've got g6, f5, and f3 all covered.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's definitely something to be said for the move g5, but it does make the king a little bit exposed. Right. Rook to d1 by Christopher. He's turning bishop h7 again. So maybe king f8. I thought.
Yeah, let's not spend our whole life like worrying about these bishop h7 tricks. It's like at some point that's enough.
And I would think the king sits still pretty safe on the f8 square, because how is white ever going to do anything against it? Like, if white ever goes queen e4, like, wait, the engine did not approve of that one. Queen e4 spoils it apparently. Maybe there was bishop e4, but then rook back. I wonder why that was such a bad move.
I mean, unless there's a malfunction, there was like a one-move win of some kind. I mean,
yeah. Okay, so the question is, like, does black have to trade? Right, then after takes, rook d7, the position is approximately balanced, but maybe even in this position, it's still black who's slightly for choice.
Yeah, but much less than before. And I think rook d1 might be a good move, because it's harder for black to use the c file because the bishop's best square is on c5.
Yeah. But actually, wait, like, let's say black goes rook d5 or g5, we see g4. It's very difficult for white to move, I would think, because the king is kind of stuck defending this pawn over here. Rook d5. And your knight is stuck defending this pawn.
It looks like he's playing for b4, but b4 makes things even worse for white, right? Black just retreats the bishop and then targets the b pawn with rook b5.
Oh, he does it this way. This is smart, because the knight on d3 defends everything. But still, like, let's say you get to a position like this, white is still stuck, but oh, that's a tricky move.
The rook trade. That's drawish. That's drawish.
There's king f3 in here.
Yeah.
What do you do now is the question. Because if you get the king to e4, white should be completely fine, I would think.
Yeah. With every trade, use positions getting a little less terrible.
And actually, you know, white could be for choice in this endgame. Okay, king e4, I think. I would probably slightly prefer
F3,
white here.
Maybe? Would you play f3 just to not let that king through?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, f3 has been played. Because I think this trade doesn't really bother white.
So you could play b4 and then maneuver the knight to attack b5, or you could just maneuver the knight. What would you say?
Yeah, I think there was a lot to be said for b4, because then, you know, if you ever take the pawn on b5, it can never be moved. But I would think this position is very risky for black. You know, maybe let's say knight to e2 to c3, and there he goes.
I was also thinking knight to d4 could be an idea, because the king and pawn ending, that king on g6 is pretty far.
Right, but black could create a passer by taking and going here, but we see.
But you just leave it. You just leave their king stuck on g6 and let black play fe5 while you take the whole queen side. It's really slow. Or even you only need to take one pawn on the queen side to win that.
I think Vokudov at some point should take on g4 and maybe throw in, let's say, f5 or f6. You know, he should bring his king a little bit closer.
Knight c1.
Whoa. 92. Oh, here goes the entire queen side, I think. Can you still save this?
Yeah, he's lost one pawn at this point. That was a surprising move, a4. I mean, he must have seen that Chris would attack the b5 pawn with the knight at some point. Chris is down to 8 seconds, but it's okay. It's just going to tell everybody it's okay.
It feels it feels like he's really almost allergic to this move, but he's got to play it at some point, I think, to bring the king a little bit closer. Like after knight c3, there's still b4, and after knight takes ba, so white probably has to take it then in a4.
I think black should play f5 actually, because if you play f6, white's just going to ignore you.
And there he goes. But I was thinking maybe gf, but take, knight c3, b4 forced. Okay, ab, I think, because knight a4 runs into, okay, there, takes. And black is just liking counterplay king e7. Maybe knight c3.
Knight could head to f3 maybe.
Or to e4, because the king d6, knight b5 check. He wants knight d4.
Knight d4.
That is not, okay, but now knight f3. You're losing a second pawn, and that's over.
Selects it.
So, yeah,
stretched.
I think this one is heading for a very unfortunate loss for Vokudov. I think he played a really good game, but then he just wasn't able to quite figure out the right plan. And all of a sudden, he found himself in a worse position.
Yeah, that was kind of like a surprise to him to be in the worst position suddenly. And the a4 move, that was really not a good move. He didn't defend that position well. As you said, he should have been moving the f-pawn sooner and fighting harder to get his king out of that box. But he just let his king sit trapped on g6 for too many moves. There it is, the resignation. Chris Yu has come through this round, and he will get to the finals.
Yeah, Christopher Yu comes through. I mean, who would have thought before the event that he would be in the final, but he does it once again. And yeah, he will be facing the winner of the matchup between Daniel Dubov and Dmitry Andreikin. But yeah, you got to feel a little bit for Vokudov, right? I mean, he played such a good game, didn't quite figure out the right plan. And yeah, if we have a look at the bracket, again, our first finalist is already locked in.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate position to squander. But
definitely,
we move on, and we will be seeing Daniil Dubov against Dmitry Andreikin. That'll be the white pieces for Andreikin. What do you think? Another Catalan? Will Andreikin have seen the game with Fedoseev from 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago?
Probably. Yeah, I definitely think he had been paying attention to that game. So to my mind, Andreikin should definitely be a favorite. We know how experienced he is in these knockout events. Dubov is definitely a tough opponent, so I would give the slight edge to Andreikin. But let's say the rapid game ends in a draw, then I think already it's a complete toss-up. What is your take?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna say that I think Andreikin's gonna have an edge, even if the first game ends in a draw. I just think the experience is gonna come through. The experience and the confidence, right? Like when Andreikin is playing the Rapid Chess Championships at the moment, he feels like he's the guy who's going to win it. I think that's like he probably comes into it like I'll probably win. Yeah, that's helpful. That's helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's already won so many. He's already won so many events. I think he's won the last two. So if he wins this one, this would be a three-peat. We were talking about this earlier. We think Hikaru's done it. I don't know that for sure. But I definitely don't think anyone has a four-peat, right?
Yeah. Looks like these guys are buddies too. They're chatting. Yeah. They're chatting before the game, both smiling. I wonder if they're talking about Kramnik's email / public new profile.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would love to hear how Dubov would tease Andreikin about it. Love to hear. I mean, I would love to hear the translated conversation. I would have no idea what they're saying.
No, me
without
neither,
some help.
I doubt that that's on their minds right now. I guess. I don't know. I
mean, they can't be laughing about the invasion of Ukraine, right? So they're talking about some light topic.
Right. Yeah. Maybe they are talking about it. I don't know. They're sharing a bit of a laugh, maybe.
Yeah.
You know. And Draken is saying like, okay, but what do you want me to do? Right? It's 10-0. It's part of the game. And Dubov was like, no, but he's a world champion. Don't do this. We're just guessing at this point. I don't know.
Right. Or they're both laughing at Kramnik, you know, like, oh, those old timers think we owe them some respect, you know, maybe they're on the same page.
No, I don't think that. I think, of course, nobody really likes to do it, but once again, it's just part of the game when there's no increment. And when you have a rook against a knight, you have the better position, right? So you can push for the win. I mean, even with increment, sometimes the player messes up. So it's just, of course, nobody loves to see it, but yeah, it's just part of the game. And fortunately, it's not really part of today's format because there is an increment.
Yeah. So Andreken's got Dubov thinking very, very early in this game with the King's Indian attack kind of start to the game.
Right, so he goes for the ready here. So there's a lot of things black can do. One of the moves is g6 to try to go bishop g7, but we see knight f6 by Dubov and pawn to e6. So generally here, black just goes for the cat line with bishop e7 and castles. So c4 by Andreken. Now after castles, d4 would transpose into the main line, and that is what.
And there it is, another Catalan.
Exactly.
And Daniil's like, everybody wants to see my Catalan.
Right.
Everybody wants to know, kind of like grinning to himself.
Yeah. So
I think Andreken played this in the game that he won against Kramnik yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
The Catalan. Kramnik also another, like, I mean, his Catalan even more famous than Daniil's. And Andreken was definitely winning out of the opening into the early middle game. I mean, he was dominating that game in general over most of the game. He just missed a couple pins later on in the game that sort of like messed up his advantage. But he was up 2 pawns for nothing, and was just sort of gradually losing his advantage. So Dubov again with the pawn on b4.
Yeah, so we have this line where after the move, so after b5, a4, the line that's really become popular here is black going bishop b7 and sacking a pawn here potentially. But black gets quite a bit of initiative. But b5 was traditionally played to go for pawn b4 to make sure that it's difficult for this knight to develop. Now after here takes and c5, black is giving up a pawn temporarily. But again, it's not that easy for white to coordinate his pieces, especially this knight over here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there was a game between Ding Laurent and Magnus Carlsen in 2019, which Magnus won with the black pieces. He sort of introduced this line and Ding wasn't quite able to figure it out over the board.
Wow.
So it's a tricky situation, given the fact that I think Andreken doesn't quite know or remember the theory. Dubov has 9 minutes because he was just choosing the line, right? But Andreken right now seems a bit unsure, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a slightly weird looking line. I mean, black is spending their time playing b5, b4 in order to sack a pawn, and then c5 sack a pawn, right? He's giving 2 pawns from being up 1 to down 1. And it's still without completing development. The knight on d5, the rook on a8, it looks a little bit shaky. So it's definitely a non-standard or obvious variation from black.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Andreken is going to do here. I think rook to d1 was the main move. Then black goes knight to d7. And it goes something like knight to e3, rook c8, if I'm not mistaken. And there are even there's even a line where black sacks the queen. I can't quite recall how exactly that goes, but it's a very tricky line. And Andreken already getting down below 8 minutes.
Yeah, and comes with e4. So where can that knight go? c7 or f6?
That is a very good question. He goes to f6. Okay, I guess now rook to d1 or something, hitting the queen. Queen will probably go here, trying to pick up this pawn.
Yeah. Daniil seems like he's in a really good mood today.
Why?
I mean, even while they're playing, I've seen him still sort of like smiling and making some funny comments. I assume they're muted at this point. They can't hear each other, but he looked like he's still having a good time. See, he's saying something again.
I wonder who he's talking to, or maybe he's just talking to himself, like, oh yeah, there queen c7 was the move, and then knight c6. So let's see. He goes rook to d1. Okay, to me, queen c7 looks very logical, going after this pawn over here. I don't really see another square.
Yeah.
Nor do I think there's any. I mean, if actually this could be considered, with the point being c6, rook to c8, but it feels weird, right? It feels very risky to just pin your knight like this.
Yes, I can't imagine playing knight d7 here. Cannot imagine it. It wouldn't have made my candidate move list without you pointing it out.
Well, I was trying to think, like, why is he thinking here, right? Because if you go queen c8, there's knight d6 and your queen is hit. So queen c7 looks very logical. So the only other move, okay, so queen c7 has just been played.
Yeah. That looked like a wasted minute to me, but who knows what was going on under the surface there. We do already have one finalist. The winner of this game will be going up, or this match, if this game is drawn. The winner of this match will be going up against Christopher Yu of the United States, the youngest participant in this week's knockout.
Yeah, for sure. So I think I saw a tweet, right? Like, he was born in 2006, and that was actually the year in which Kramnik won the reunification match against Vesel and Topalov. So that was a funny little fact that I thought.
Yeah.
So, and Draken goes e5. I guess knight d5 is forced. And
is he going to give up the Catalan bishop?
There's definitely something to be said for it. And knight e3, but he goes knight at d6.
Yeah.
I guess now knight here, trying to attack both pawns. And then White's position could become very loose, I would think.
Yeah, at the moment, it feels like Black can play around the knight on d6 with no problem. And basically, bishop takes d5. I have no fear of that from Black's perspective. So White's starting to, I don't know, have an issue with rook a1, knight b1, bishop c1. It's like too many pieces that aren't in the game.
Exactly. So knight at d7 has just been played, hitting e5 and c5. And yeah, to me, this looks like something that could easily go wrong for White, given the fact that, you're still kind of underdeveloped, right? Look at Black's pieces. All of them are active. These pawns are kind of loose on c5 and e5.
Yeah.
So I would happily take Black in this position here.
Benjamin, can you put your hand on your head? Can we get full symmetry? Oh no, they've moved on. I wanted to get all four of us like this at the same time.
Yeah. Wait, what is it? It's like not like this. Yeah, not like this. Yeah.
With two, huh?
Oh, yeah, that's with two hands.
Two hands, yeah. That's full on. That's full on.
Dubov, he likes to sit like, wait, like, how do I do it?
Yeah.
Like that. And then Jaken, he just looks very focused.
Yeah.
Into the camera. Wait, like.
Yeah, when I see on Draken, actually, he doesn't look like a chess player to me for some reason. He looks like an athlete to me. I'm not saying that chess doesn't have its sporting element. When I see on Draken, he looks to me like somebody who's going to be in like some serious like sport, like, football or soccer, maybe even rugby. I don't know. He looks like ready to fight.
Oh, that's interesting. So what about his appearance makes you say that?
I don't know. Cause obviously, I can't see his muscles through his shirt or anything like that, but he looks really strong to me. His posture is strong. He doesn't fidget much or move around much. He seems like really balanced. I don't know. I don't know why it is. It's some kind of subconscious thing, but.
Yeah, I see the move bishop f4 by Draken. So now the big question, like, is Dubov gonna take the pawn? And if so, with what piece? I would think probably with the queen, perhaps.
Yeah. And does he have to move g5 once again?
Right. What's pretty funny? As Aquila points out, like, as apparently Naroditsky has an emote not like Vidit, but not like this already to me looks a little bit like Vidit in a way. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know.
D narrow, not like Vidit, with 2 hands on the head as well, huh?
Right. Anyway, he's played knight takes, bishop takes d5, e takes. Maybe knight f5 here. He goes bishop e3. I thought.
Well, that knight on c5 is.
How do you defend that? Perhaps bishop to c4 has to be played here.
Oof.
Wait, but can you then take on c5 and go pawn b3? How are you not losing a piece there?
Yeah.
So, oh, but you have knight e6. I guess knight e6 is the way to go, and then it's probably pretty even.
How about rook c8? Is that also a candidate move? Just saying, like, white gave up the light squared bishop.
I think it's not terrible because after you give up the exchange, if white goes knight to d2, there's bishop d3. So white still has some trouble figuring out his coordination. The pawn on e5 is hanging. So there's definitely something to be said for it, but knight e6 has just been played by Daniil, keeping it a bit more solid. So now I think white just has to take. Perhaps knight f5 could be a move, forcing black to defend the bishop like this. And white is probably a bit better. Knight d2, also a good move, and going rook to c1 on the next.
Yeah, finishing up that development.
Okay, so now Dubov is thinking. Okay, he goes rook to d8, hitting the knight. I guess if knight f5 now, you can always go bishop back.
Yeah,
a
little more comfortable.
You just put the knight here, I would assume.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive what Andrej has done with this game. I thought he was suffering with the lack of development. He found a moment where he could actually trade off the light squared bishop and not suffer for it here by going straight to an end game where it's not really a factor on the king side, and the whole game's being played on the queen side. Yeah, it looks tricky to handle for black. The knight on d6 is annoying.
Yeah, he goes knight to b3. He wants to go knight to c5. I think taking is probably not a good idea. White will take, rook takes, and maybe bishop f4. Because if you go here, there's knight c5. And if you go to c6, probably knight at d4 looks really annoying. But maybe black can still hang on there. But let's see. I mean, if you go knight e6, oh, wait, actually, if you take, there's bishop c4, hitting this and this. And if you take, you hang the rook. So maybe just this one.
Yeah, 96. Absolutely. Not easy to find.
Right.
But it also prepares to take on d6 because you're covering that bishop f4 move. So.
Yeah, that was my idea. Yeah. So to go 96 and then try to take the pawn in the next move.
Yeah. And it covers knight c5. So it does everything that black needs to do here.
Right. White could perhaps still go knight c5, and after the trade, b4 is under attack, d5 is under attack. So I think white is still better there. So it looks tricky for Dubov. I mean, maybe he can go down this line, right? Takes, bishop f4, rook c6, because I don't see an immediate refutation. After knight d4, I think you have to go to c4, because if you go to c5, there's bishop here, and this is all we're saying. But if you go to c4, b3, rook c3, white does have bishop d2, but rook d3, and it's not too bad. So maybe bishop takes d6 is actually the way to go to avoid this position after knight e6 and knight to c5.
You're right. It's not dead. It's an opposite colored bishop position. Finally, he does.
And he goes for
it. It took a lot of time and effort, but.
And knight d4, rook c4. It's going down that exact line.
Now white temporarily down a pawn, which means that there's some commitment from white. They can't just play randomly here. They can't just say my knight's good on d4 or anything like that. They really have to do something.
Yeah, because if black gets one move, he will go knight e6 and he should be completely fine. So bishop d2, rook to d3 is on the board. Takes b4 and knight e6. And yeah, I think Dubov has done a really good job neutralizing White's initiative. Now he's challenging the knight on d4. And
Impressive.
like, let's say White trades, you recapture maybe then rook d1 and still some pressure.
Okay.
Because if
Yeah, leaving the knight dangling.
But maybe
Yeah.
bishop e4.
But maybe after rook takes, bishop takes rook d1, there might be the move rook b8, leaving those other
then
pieces still hanging.
But then I take and knight c6, hitting this and
And
hitting
you get
pretty
the
much
d5
everything.
pawn hole.
So I think that's
Oh,
probably the way to go.
You're
for
right.
it.
You're right. That doesn't work.
So probably take. I mean, bishop e4, probably f3, because if you take here. Although there might be like knight c6, right, hitting the bishop and hitting this on the next move, which is probably okay for black. So let's see what he's gonna come up with. 3 minutes a piece. So he takes.
Yeah.
Dubov does not have pre-move, or he did not pre-move that one. A little bit surprising. Okay, rook d1 now, I think, yeah. And I think bishop e4, because if you go, let's say, to g6, maybe there's knight c6 again. But even there, there's always bishop c2.
Bishop c2.
So I think black should be really fine in either case. Let's say you go here, and black shouldn't have too much to worry about, I guess. Because if here, once again, you have this. But you have to go to h8, which is not ideal. Because the a6, wait, but now knight c6? Huh. That looks annoying. Because if you go here, actually knight a5 looks nasty.
He might play d4 in response to knight c6.
Trades on e6. Bishop c5. Yeah, I guess white is also still a little bit better here. Because the rook is pinned to the defense of this pawn. And if you go king up, maybe like rook d4, white still has some ideas. And this bishop is lacking good place. Like if white goes b4, the bishop will plant itself on the c4 square. But right now, I mean, if you go to e2, there's like rook e1 or rook d2 to worry about.
So how about rook b8?
Rook b8?
Trying to activate the rook.
Okay, so what about pawn b4?
Then bishop c4, like you said, trying to fix that bishop.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe b5 there. Goes bishop b7, which looks kind of passive. But if he gets some moves, like a5 maybe on the next one, I wonder, okay, he goes f4.
Yeah.
So he's, if white gets 10 moves, he's gonna do this.
Yeah.
But black, of course, also can still make some moves.
It gives up the idea with the rook lift to the f file, but preventing black from playing e5 is pretty important, I think. So the move makes a lot of sense there to lock black in. Goes for a5.
All right.
Call there.
a5. Okay, maybe now
I guess he wants rook c8 and
the tricky thing now is though that if white brings the king over to the queen side, white could potentially trade the rooks, because if white wins this one, then he has a 2 versus 0 majority. He goes bishop b6, allowing the check. But where does he want to go? Does he want to go to e3?
Yeah.
c3.
I think he wants to sack the b pawn to activate the king wildly to e5 in that.
So what does black do after rook b1? That's what I wonder about. Oh, but is there this?
d4. And if bishop takes rook d3.
Check. Or rook d3, yeah.
Rook
Bishop
d3,
b6 now.
Bishop b6, bishop d5, bishop a5, rook b3. You can't trade the rook because the a pawn would die.
But maybe you go, let's say rook a1.
Rook a1 there.
You give a check on b2, probably you go like king e3. So probably here,
and then
bishop d5.
Maybe you can play rook a2 and grovel. But the king is coming to help the a pawn way before yours. No. You can't do that.
Goes bishop e5. So b4 now is his idea. So he still has some pressure towards opponent g7 potentially. But black does get this pawn over here and could potentially create some counterplay on the king side.
Yeah.
b4 now, I think. Goes rook c1. He wants to go for this. Also interesting.
Yeah. Benjamin, can you tell us how you came up with the idea of playing a5 for black, putting the pawn on a dark square where it's vulnerable? Like how did you come up with that? How did you and Dubov come up with that move?
Well, so first of all, this pawn is always under attack, right? So it had to move somewhere.
Yeah.
And I guess, if you go a6 wide, it doesn't exactly solve the problem of this bishop, but in the meantime, Andreykin has captured his pawn on g7. He could grab another pawn, and I would think this a pawn is not really going anywhere. Like if you start pushing the h pawn, to me that looks a lot more dangerous.
Yeah.
It's h4 now.
Yeah, counterplay is a lot easier to handle in opposite colored bishop endings in general. So.
So let's see. I think h4 looks really good. You could also consider pushing the g pawn, but there's the h4. Oh, yeah. I thought it looked good, but the evil bar made a serious drop.
I think g4 first would have been important. Yeah, it gives the king a route through g3, so he can keep the pawns defended with the king.
Oh, he gives it the g3 pawn, but still h5. But where's the h pawn going? Right, like, oh, he goes f5. King c. Oh, check. You cannot go here because of checkmate.
Yep.
Oh, and now black takes this pawn over here, and he should be out of the woods.
Yeah.
But
now I'm feeling like we're close to our first draw.
Probably, yeah, but it's not over yet. Both sides still get passed pawns, which are going to become very dangerous. Maybe this
the king's nearby.
Because let's say go rook h4, right? Maybe you have to worry about, let's say, king c5 coming to d6. And all of a sudden, some mating that start up here. Okay.
Yeah.
Goes h6, f4 maybe.
How about bishop g8 here?
But then rook g7. And you have to give up the bishop, which is a draw, but it's not really what you want to do.
Okay. And if I play bishop g8, rook g7, king f8, then you have bishop
d6. But then
d6.
check, bishop d6.
Yeah.
So it goes f4. King c5, okay, bishop e4 maybe? Or is there a trick for white? No, bishop e4 should be very, very comfortable. He goes f3. So if white takes f2, and if king e6, you queen, check and block.
Well, there's
how do I make the draw
counterplay
here?
That f-pawn's getting quick.
Maybe all of a sudden Dubov can push for the win here, bishop g3.
Rook I guess h5 might be the plan, but there's king d6.
King d6. This one is getting out of hand. Maybe you can also push this pawn, because I don't see it. Okay, bishop g8 played. Oh, rook here.
There's no longer bishop d6.
Yeah. But this one looks tricky now, all of a sudden, for entering, because after rook h8, king f7, your rook is also a little bit trapped over here.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds against 13, so getting a little bit low on time. Some random things could happen. There goes one pawn.
Right, but how are you defending the a pawn and the f pawn? Maybe you check. It goes rook g6.
Rook g6 hitting that piece.
4, perhaps, but I guess check. King up, maybe king e3. Okay, rook f5 defending.
Oh, he defended the second pawn.
Oh, but king f2, great move, blocking this one, and now he's getting ready for bishop c7.
Bishop c7, fantastic. He saved it. Andreykin, bravo.
Yeah, now this one should be a draw, but still, it's not over. Nah, this one should be over. I think there's no way for black to make progress, and Dubov just trades the rook. So we are gonna move on to a blitz tiebreaker.
Well defended there by, ironically, at the last moment when it got a little bit hairy. Actually, I mean, they both defended well. Dubov played some mighty moves in a bad position that game.
Right. And oh, by the way, we were wondering earlier on whether a three-peat has been done before. Hikaru has actually won three RCCs in a row. He has 5 total RCC victories. And then Draken has won 2 in a row and has 3 victories so far. But what do you expect from this blitz game? So I would think it's pretty much a toss-up now, or do you think they're still a favorite?
I still think Draken is the favorite. Who got white this game?
Dubov. Even though it's
okay.
Because
So
they're
playing a 3+2 game before. So there's the bidding Armageddon comes later.
Right. Yeah. After this, there's still 1+1, right?
Okay. So Dubov's got white here.
Yeah, bishop d6 by Draken. Now I guess you could castle. You always have to be worried about like the sacrifice and knight g4, but I think it wasn't necessarily working. Maybe just queen c7 to unpin your queen, hitting this pawn over here. Maybe just h3 by white, still keeping e4 in the position. He goes king h1.
Wow, fancy.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't really take on h2 because then your bishop will get trapped after pawn g3.
Yeah, I mean, bishop h2, g3, g5 is pretty messy, but bishop h2, f4 might be.
And knight g4, queen f5.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a second knight to f6.
Oh no, but there's knight takes c3.
Yeah.
So maybe he's looking at it. He's thinking, hey, why can't I not take this pawn?
Yeah.
Because I don't see it.
That's the kind of thing where often you just believe your opponent, right? If it's a quick game, you're like, okay, sure.
You got c5. Not sure how I feel about that one. You will always have to deal with the isolated d pawn. So maybe just takes for Dubov. Knight takes, let's say, queen f5. Bring pressure on the knight and the pawn on d5. Looks pretty pleasant to me.
Right. Also, an interesting move for Dubov last move was bishop takes f6. Now, I can tell you that in my head, I was predicting rook c1. I can't tell you why rook c1, but that was my feeling, was rook c1 here. And like part of the idea is you're increasing the tension, and if black plays c4, you retreat and you can play e4 pretty quickly. Rook c1 ends up being sort of like a wasted tempo almost, if black plays c4, but you're just thinking that it's a position where c4 is not yet that good for black because e4 comes fast.
Yeah, no, you make a very good point. And queen c6 to me, that feels a little vulnerable. You know, it feels like there should be something on the e-file, but he goes e4, pawn takes, and pawn takes.
Okay, he's going to play knight d5 here.
Queen a4. So although you do shatter the king side over here.
You just shatter it, and then, oh my gosh, your knight can get to f5 through d4 maybe.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a knight on f5 would be too much here.
Yeah, knight coming to f5, then queen going to h3 and h6. So maybe he goes knight takes d4 right away, queen a6 now. Good move by Draking, offering the queen trade and getting this thing out of White's initiative.
That must have been the answer to knight d5 as well, huh?
I think so, yeah. Probably he should try to get the queens off as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So queen a6, and can white play queen h3 to keep them? I'd really like to keep them.
I think you can, but black will just go bishop e5, right? And where exactly is the attack? You do have an isolated pawn. We see him doing this anyway after with queen f3, bishop e5, and knight f5. There's still some
the isolated
tactics,
pawn is no worry. Who cares about that?
For now, but also since white has the initiative.
Yeah.
But rook a e8 is making sure that this rook here always protects this pawn on f7, I guess.
Right.
Rook to d1 by Dubov.
Good. Trying to freeze those knights.
Maybe like knight c5 at some point. Although, wait, that would potentially blunder this.
Yeah.
So it looks a little uncomfortable for black. Like, what exactly do you do here in this position? Like, if you go queen e6, maybe you run into a knight e5, and then, white takes.
Yeah. Same with queen c6. You have to watch out for knight d5 there. Just a little bit. I mean, I guess black's just barely okay, but it's hard to play. Yeah, you're right. If you could unseat that knight with g6, that would really be ideal.
Actually, what happens after this? Oh, I guess maybe you take with the queen. No. Wait, there was a funny line.
Okay.
I thought black could take, and if white recaptures, take an e4. And I thought the problem was that white had this, but that
Rook
hangs
takes
this rook over
d7.
here. With
Queen f1. Yeah.
But we have queen e6 and knight e5 on the board. We were discussing this earlier. Oh, but knight c7.
He's allowing knight
now?
c7 with the idea of queen e4.
Or a2. Knight e7 on the board. Queen e4. Takes. Oh, but rook. No, wait. There should be something here for white.
Even more something. How about queen b3?
I was just about to say the same. That looks really dangerous. Let's say, okay, rook e1. I guess black has to take. But even the endgame, right? Like, let's say you take, and then you take an f3. How do you solve the problem of this knight?
I mean, even the
Just
endgame is terrible for black, but
Yeah, because you have so many tactical problems here. I feel like if this knight moves, I feel like your queen side could easily collapse. And also, there's rook to b1, hitting the bishop and the pawn over here. So, and Draken all of a sudden in a world of trouble.
yeah.
Okay, knight f6, maybe just rook b1, hitting the bishop, going after this one. Yeah, and there we have it, rook b1 on the board.
Sure, a pawn plus the 7th rank. I mean, in classical chess, he would resign here. So that's like the scope of the advantage, right? It's like, and Dubov, 40 seconds with an increment. Yeah, it's pretty close to guaranteed here.
Yeah. Bishop takes f6, knight takes now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gonna
knight d6
simplify
goes
and take
after
f7.
this one. Yeah. I guess you can still try, well, let's say knight at d5, but black's counterplay is really hard to find. King h7, he takes on f7.
Black's going
Now,
after the a pawn.
So, and Draken is a real master in flipping these ones around. So let's see if he can still work some magic here.
Okay, setting up knight c3.
Yeah, that's at least a decent start. I respect it. Knight e5, okay, knight c3. What is
Oh,
Dubov
he's
just wants to go
setting
for
up
checkmate.
mate.
Wait, but there's bishop d6. There's bishop d6.
Right.
This
Before or
one's
after
not
taking
over. I think you just take.
Knight a2,
Knight
f5, bishop d6.
Because knight d5 right away, but now white can also. Okay, he goes f5.
Knight
Oh, bishop d6, rook
is really
d8
safe.
is game over. Knight e3.
Okay.
I guess still something along the lines of knight c6. Oh, rook b5 is a really nice move. Because in case black takes, you go like knight here.
Okay,
Knight
and then take on
here, and rook
a5.
d5. Knight d3. Where do you go? Knight here, there's this. Knight d4, there's also there. But you have to move the knight to one of these two squares. Maybe the d4, so you still have bishop c3 to hang on, but then rook c5. Bishop c3 only move. Here, bishop d2. It's not over just yet, even though there should be a win for white. Okay, bishop d2, I think, only move. Rook c4, knight e6, perhaps. Goes to b5, okay.
Huh. Looks like Dubov didn't get anything out of that f pawn he lost.
No, yeah, and Draken is still fighting here. He goes bishop c. Oh, but a4, then it's game over. A4. Oh, he goes rook c5, which is also very good. Takes and rook takes. Yeah, and you win the a pawn, and it's just all over.
Ah,
Yeah,
I felt on
a4.
Draken's pain there for a second.
Yeah, now he knows. He goes a3. I mean, he is completely winning here because there's just nothing happening on the king side, and this a pawn is just going to promote.
Yeah,
so
not enough pieces to do anything with the king side here.
Okay, he's going to try this.
Walk your king to f1 for black, right? That would be funny.
Yeah, but you just give a check. Okay, don't pre-move queen. Don't pre-move queen, but he gives a check first.
Oh, gives a check already.
Scoring the square. Okay, so now you just push. Yeah, and it's all over. So we're moments in before resignation, I think. Okay, a8 queen. g3, anything wins here. Queen a6 leads to a checkmate with queen e2.
The
Or queen a1, the classic
not
ladder.
to be. The three-peat is not to be. That remains Hikaru's record. Only player to win 3 RCC knockouts in a row.
Exactly. And Daniel Dubov advances. He moves on to the finals against Christopher Yu. This is a very, very tough match, I felt. But yeah, it felt like he was always on the better side of the complications in that blitz game. What do you think, David?
Yeah, he had the advantage from start to finish in that game. I agree. Yeah, I mean, he made that decision to play E4. That was kind of a critical moment. Exploding the whole center. That move was a little bit of a surprise to me, partly because I just didn't have enough time to appreciate all the options there between D takes C5. And I'd been thinking of this idea of trading on F6 and then taking on C5, you know, sort of like preemptively, which also looked interesting. So part of it is they just cover these complications in so little time, you know, and especially in a 3-minute game, it's hard to even begin to fathom what they're looking at. But we're going to give Dubov a small break before he plays the final match against Chris Yu. We're going to take a tiny break as well. So stick around, folks, and we will be crowning the Week 19 Rapid Chess Champion in just a moment.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rapid Chess Championships here on chess.com, presented by Coinbase. We are in the knockout here on Sunday, and we are going into the final match. But before we do that, we wanted to remind you about a couple upcoming events, because as you know, there's always more chess on chess.com. So
exactly. All right, go ahead, David.
Sorry. This coming Wednesday, we've got a double header as the Women's Speed Chess Championship finally kicks off. Ho Yifan against Carissa Yip, the top seed in action, and they will be followed by Nana Zagnidze and Humpy Koneru a couple hours later. So first match is at 3:30 a.m. Pacific. Yikes for anybody on the West Coast. And second one, 7:30 a.m. Perfect timing. So Zagnidze and Koneru, wow, it's amazing to see Koneru with the number 10 seed. There must be a lot of good players in this tournament.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, lots of exciting chess to look forward to. But yeah, for now we have the final between Daniel Dubov and Christopher Yu coming up. Not a final that I expected at the beginning of this broadcast.
Yeah, kind of a dream final for me as a fan of those players. But yeah, certainly unexpected. I would say the side of the bracket that Dubov came out of with Fedoseev and Andreikin, I mean, that was a deathly side of the bracket. Hard to know who would come out of it. Dubov should be feeling very good at this point. Mm-hmm. And Chris Hughes had a smooth ride so far. He'll be maybe a little bit more relaxed, and Dubov a little bit more like all your muscles are already strained.
Indeed. And we don't see another Catalan, so Christopher Yu just goes for, how would you call this actually, like a Queen's Gambit? Or
yeah, I usually call this opening the Queen's Gambit.
Okay, right. So we have the Bishop E7. I think that's called the Lasker, right? And Bishop F4. And Dubov goes for this very quick C5 move. Now white generally takes on C5, and if the bishop takes, white has a lot of options. I think A3 is a move. That's what Christopher goes for. I believe Knight C6 is the move, and now Queen A5.
Queen A5,
I believe.
Yeah.
Or Bishop E7, which is what Dubov plays. And maybe after Rook D1 here, it was Queen A5.
Yeah. In the old days, white used to, well, in my early days, white used to castle queenside in this position.
There's definitely something to be said for that in this position. I mean, white has, a slight lead in development, I would say, and can maybe go for an attack. G4 is not out of the question, sacking that pawn, following up by Rook to G1, or if black takes, you can take on D5, or you just start throwing stuff with H4, but he goes for the more conservative Rook to D1.
Yeah.
Now let's see what Dubov will do. Queen A5 has just been played, and I believe, isn't Knight D2 a move in? And there we have it.
Yeah. So this is the more up-to-date interpretation of this line.
Right. So the question is always, can black go pawn to E5? Right, hitting the bishop. I mean, if white takes, this whole trade should favor out for black, because you also take on, because you also take on E3. And if white goes bishop to G5, then there's a D4 push. So I think that's definitely something Dubov is looking at here.
Yeah, it's tricky. Then white's playing Knight B3 to deal with D4, kick the queen off of that diagonal, fight for control of the D4 square. I don't remember the theory on this very well, and it looks like these players, based on their time usage, haven't reviewed this recently. Like, I'm sure they know something about it, but they're not looking confident. Like, oh yeah, I just checked this yesterday.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's a very good point you're making there, because to me this line also looks familiar, but it's also been a while, and I also don't quite know exactly what the theory is. We see Queen to B6 by Daniil. So I guess he wants to go D4 and not be hit with a Knight B3 move.
I wonder if white can play B4 in this position. So like, of course, if D takes C4, Knight C4, of course you're just happy, right? And the idea with B4
actually,
is to play
you just
C5.
trap the queen, but
so super happy.
Right, you're super happy, right?
Ultra happy. And the idea with B4 is to play C5, right? And also against D4, I think if you play c5, it turns out that black has no great square for the queen. If she goes to d8, you play knight b3 and so forth. So as you're saying, black might have to strike back with a5 against that move.
Yeah. Well, the question is how that exactly plays out, right? Like in case of a5, maybe we go pawn c5, hitting the queen. The queen goes to, let's say, d8.
Right.
Then there's b5, hitting the knight. But of course, white's pawns are also a little bit extended and perhaps overextended, right? That's always the question.
Exactly. Very hard to assess. I think it's definitely a consideration for white.
Yeah. And what about, say, bishop e2 here? I guess black is looking at pawn d4. And after knight a4, maybe like queen a5 and b4, you probably have to sack. Okay, he goes for b4. Hey, he's listening to you.
Yeah. Generally a bad idea, but I think this move looks okay.
Yeah, I like this decision.
Yeah.
So let's see.
The more I thought about that like a5 position with the pawns on c5 and b5, I was feeling reasonably confident for white, who's got like knight b3, knight a4 with the idea of knight b6. It feels like white's got enough pieces in the area to support the pawns, which are either overextended or powerful. Yeah,
we see e5 by Dubov striking in the center. So now maybe just, let's say, bishop to g3, auto d4. Looks pretty tricky. I was thinking knight d5, but in that case, black just takes and takes on e3, hitting this knight over here. So don't think that's really the way to go. Although, wait, there is knight c4, but then there's knight d4. Very tricky stuff.
Yeah, that's quite an idea. I think with just arrows, probably almost nobody in chat is following it, but I appreciate you, Benjamin. That's a cool idea.
I'm pretty sure. I think we can have faith in most of the chat that they probably followed the line.
Follow the line, okay.
But let's see, bishop g3 is also an idea, maybe, and then c5, right? Because if you go queen d8, then you could consider knight c4. So I feel like the move c5 is kind of untimed, because now black can move the queen. Yeah. And after bishop g3, he's not forced anymore to go d4 because the pawn is not under attack.
You could consider, a happy move like bishop e6 or rook e8 or something like that, possibly. And white will have the idea of b5 followed by bishop takes e5, but white's going to be behind in development, and that's not going to pan out. Black will just recapture on c5 or something, and it just won't be good.
Yeah, no, I think so too. So let's see. So bishop g3 or bishop g5 is the decision that Christopher is facing right now.
Yeah.
I would think here to keep the pressure on the pawn on e5, because the bishop g5, black goes bishop e6, and should be able to deal with the pressure towards the pawn on d5. And Christopher
he's not listening to me. I liked b4, but I would have not played c5 before the tension was determined. I mean, you want that pressure on d5. You want a decision out of black, and play c5 when it's really strong.
Right. Now he is keeping the pressure on d5.
But it's pretty mild without the c pawn. Bishop e6 is simple.
Yeah, I think so.
Now in this position, it feels like d4 would kind of be a mistake now, right? Because then you're just sort of playing into the d file, white's idea of playing knight b3 or knight f3 and sort of fighting you for that pawn. So I think it makes sense to try and hold the line and develop.
He does go d4.
Daniel.
Okay, so now I would think it's probably a mistake to move this knight, but let's say knight to c4 or knight really anywhere is the way to go. Someone is saying, hi, I'm here to watch the cultural and moral degradation show. Well, unfortunately, you came to the wrong place because we do have increment today. But you can tune in again next Saturday when the flagging fast continues.
That's right. Today, we're taking a day off from the moral degradation. We've got the extremely civilized 2-second increment here. And nobody's flagged yet this entire day. And we haven't seen a single flag.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So we see the bishop trade on f6. I guess now knight c4 is what Christopher was looking at. And there we have it. I think this trade shouldn't really bother white because the pawn to e3 is very difficult to attack. And white has some nice initiative with knight c4 and knight d6.
Now it's starting to feel like a Moran variation.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
black's got the bishop pair, but white's remaining pieces are all pretty good, and the c5 pawn is decent. So should be complicated, but within reason for both white and black. I guess white can almost never take on d4. Would you say? Like you almost never could play e4, knight d4?
Yeah, and I think you can never really do that. But maybe knight to c4, helping this knight at d6.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's also the move bishop g4, which could be annoying at moments, or bishop e6. So we'll see what he's going to do. The one thing I don't like is that Christopher is spending just a little bit too much time, and he's already behind by 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, that is noticeable. Knight c4 is the move you were calling for here. He does have the d6 outpost available. He's also going to want to finish development and castle kingside at some point.
Yeah. So let's see what Dubov is going to do here.
If I were Dubov, I'd be wanting to open the F file before white castles. I'd be.
But the question is how,
looking
right?
at
I think
F5.
yeah. I think bishop e6 is decent. Maybe he can consider, let's say, bishop e2. I want to do something like b5, knight d6, and f5, but maybe there's bishop takes b5. And if you start with f5, then this knight covers this square over here. But I would like to chip away at this pawn chain over here. Okay, knight d6 again feels like an untimed move to me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, right. Like, why not bishop e2, right?
Okay. Yeah, I guess like the thinking is with knight d6, you could try to play bishop d3 and you don't run into like f5, e4 kind of with tempi. So you can fight to try and dominate the e4 and f5 squares, blockade black on the light squares. Is the potential problem with this like b6 or something, or is there a specific reason that you're nervous about knight d6?
I was considering pawn b6. Actually, what happens after pawn b6? You know, trying to chip away this chain over here. Because, I mean, after b5, maybe
Pawn
just like
c5?
Well, then there's knight d7. Hitting the queen, and after bc, you defend the queen again, and after this, you know, the knight still wiggles out of it. So
it wiggles out, yeah.
But b6 really would be on top of my candidates move list. Maybe actually, what about this move queen e4? Hitting the queen, hitting this.
E4.
Okay.
I don't know. I think white really needs to move the bishop, whatever black does. Well, we have to recapture here, but
He takes on c4. Okay, so I guess white needs to take with the knight, right? Otherwise, you lose a pawn. That really felt like a pity, you know, to give up all of the light squares. But let's see what Dubov is going to do here. It feels like Christopher, if he manages to develop, I definitely like white's position. But it still takes a couple moves to do that.
Right.
Like, okay, b5 now by Dubov.
I was wondering about b5, knight b2, a5, bishop b5. That's what I was sitting here reflecting on. Of course, white could also play knight d2.
Yeah, white can go knight
but I couldn't justify it for black. You know, I was looking at b5, but I couldn't justify it.
Yeah, so let's see what. Maybe you can take, and then b5 hitting the knight, knight a5, take here. It looks risky because this bishop is still undeveloped. Take here, I mean, queen e7. I don't fully trust it because white is not developed. So maybe just knight at d2, but then you give black some time. Okay, he does take it. Okay, so AB6 now for Dubov. Unless, could this be an idea? It's the only other option.
Oh my goodness.
But I think it's not. I think it's not. So he just recaptures. Okay.
So presumably he wants to play B5 still, Dubov, right? I mean, he tried to play it once, still kind of angling for it. Take on A3, take on B4 kind of thing.
He goes G6, but this does give Christopher the time to castle the king.
Yep.
Okay. There's also bishop B4, by the way, hitting the knight. But to me, that looks too risky after rook to C8.
Yeah,
So,
rook C8 seems like a good enough move for black.
He goes for, okay, so bishop B4. Now, I guess rook to C8. But maybe then, no, yeah, rook C8, wait. What does white do there? Because if queen A4, does black have, I mean, there's...
I think white plays something like queen B3, and I don't love bishop E4 at all. I would have just castled.
I think so too, yeah. Because also, I mean, maybe queen B3, because also black could be preparing F5, and that now no longer is possible. But I assume B5 for black, you're probably forced to go back. Although this is not completely crazy, right? Because if takes, you defend the bishop, even though it looks a little, I know, but there's queen B6, I would guess. B5 and DE, which looks bad. Oh, shit, cannot draw errors anymore. Yeah.
There's so many already stacked on each other.
Right. So you would have to go back to one of these two squares.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And maybe then, let's say queen B6 for black to try to put some pressure here.
Although white's queen's covering it, so white could castle. But it feels like... I would say it feels like everything's probably good for black at this point. Like, I don't see any scenario that's good for white anymore with this current pawn structure. Like, you can never take on D4. So what, you just defend E3 forever, and you've got your majority on the queen side doesn't look very good anymore.
Yeah, queen C7, a tricky move by Dubov, because if you were to take on C6 and E5, black takes on G2, so that's not the way to go. So I think it's probably just time to castle here. Question is, does black have this move knight takes B4?
Yeah, he was trying to say
D2.
He was trying to say that knight B4 was a threat.
To me, it feels like he's just making too many moves. Like, it felt like he should have just castled. Now Dubov takes. How do we recapture?
Have to take with the pawn. You can't allow knight D4, I don't think. I mean, you're just like considerably worse. You do.
Knight A7. That one is surprising. So what about castles now?
He's planning queen C3, trying to go after the A and E pawns, but
maybe just bishop
like
D5.
white can survive it.
Yeah. So I would think bishop here. The question is, how do we recapture in case black takes? Because if we take with the bishop, there is rook to C3, which is annoying. But still, I would think this is the way to go. Okay, bishop D5 takes. There is, of course, also knight takes, but then maybe knight to B5. So now, okay, takes the bishop. Okay, rook C3. What exactly do we do there? And it's on the board.
Right. Maybe rook C1.
Oh, that is a nice move. Yeah, because in case of takes, there's this. We have a lot of initiative.
Yeah. And if the rook's double, you have to be careful because of giving F7. But I think that may be correct to just sack F7. But like rook C8, rook C3, rook C3, rook F7, rook B3, rook E7, something like that.
Knight B5 takes. Okay, knight C4. Oh, nice find. He's hitting this pawn and this one. And hey, all of a sudden, Dubov is in trouble. How do you defend the pawns here?
Clean edge for white. Also that pressure on F7.
Bishop G5. Okay, nice move.
He's in trouble. I mean, if Chris, you managed to win this game, that would be it, right? He'd be the champion of the whole week.
Yeah.
It's just,
yeah,
that'd be game and you're done.
That'd be something, you know.
Okay, well, knight B6 looks really bad here.
To me, rook E1 feels like a real pity, right? We had the pressure along the FL. Maybe he should have just taken and gone king H1, right? To keep the, because now
F7 would have been dead at the end. I think black would just play king G7 and say if you play rook F7, then rooks are off the board. It's closer to a drawn bishop endgame. If you play knight F7, you're kind of tied up on the F file.
Yeah, rook A8, great move by Dubov, making sure that this pawn is always hanging. Okay, so if takes, you take here. And if takes king G7, looks all right-ish for black. I mean, you're down a pawn for the moment, but E3 is weak. So Christopher goes A4 in case you take. Maybe now white just takes on E5, right? And you're not slowed down by rook takes A3, which comes in with a threat. Okay,
yeah, and you also may have to watch out for rook A1 in some scenarios, just sort of tying you up over there.
King G7 in the meantime by Dubov. Okay, so white could take here, but I guess black just goes bishop to E7, for example, hitting this, and black does have quite some compensation for the pawn.
Yeah. These opposite colored bishop positions can be really hard to keep control of with the player with the edge. It can be very easy to accidentally, you know, allow a trade and just run out of things to do.
Okay, knight X7 has just been played by Christopher, so now bishop E7 by Dubov, hitting the pawn on B4. And in case of B5, this does allow the knight to jump again to, let's say, C5, or maybe C3, just going after this pawn. And Dubov is also up like 30 seconds on the clock. What do you actually, you know, if Christopher wants, he could bail out here with the move rook A1. Do you think
rook A1, bishop B4, rook A4, bishop A4, king F7?
Right. But he goes 95 instead, giving up this pawn over here. So I guess Dubov has to take maybe rook F1, because rook F8 is not possible. Actually, white still has some initiative there, because how do you stop? Okay, rook F7 is not the end of the world. Maybe you just go, let's say, knight C5. Right. And after a check, you go also to H.
You can also start with rook A7 and cover F7. And if white deflects you with bishop takes A4, white doesn't have enough pieces left to harass your king anymore.
Yeah, he went knight C3 first. Okay, so let's see what Christopher will do here. It's down to 33 seconds. Rook F1 perhaps. Okay, go knight C6, hitting the bishop and defending the pawn over here. Bishop here or here. I guess D6. He goes rook A3. So white could take him back, but because black, you know, holds. So let's say knight at knight at D5. Bishop C4 was played.
Wow. Chris, I'm gonna say this. Chris seems to be one of the players who suffers the least when he's down to 10 seconds on the clock. With an increment, it almost seems like it makes no difference to him. One of these games, he was down to like 3 seconds, and he just kept playing normally. I think in the first round against Kamer.
Right. Yeah. King of checks by Dubov, stepping out of the checks. 7 seconds though. It's very tricky, especially against someone like Dubov. 3. Okay, goes knight F3, bishop B7 maybe. I would say okay, B5 tricky move as well. I would say a draw is the most likely outcome. Yeah, knight D4 probably forces it. Okay, wait, but bishop takes B4.
Yeah.
What do you play?
Knight C2
or okay, goes rook C1. Bishop C5 now. Bishop C5 looks really tricky because you cannot take, because then E3 and bishop C5 on the board. 3 seconds. King F2 played. B4 maybe just. B4 and with
only
only
a simple move, but it does give white some squares against the pieces. Right?
Okay, the bishop comes back. Dubov getting down to 25 seconds. Let's see what he's gonna come up with. I mean, check. King E2 doesn't do a whole lot. Okay, takes on D4, and King G5. Okay, so he wants to bring in the king. 4, 3, rook C2. Oh, king up or no? Wait, B3 take and take. Because if B3, okay, he goes 94 first. Okay, wait, King E2. What is the problem exactly? Went the E1. All right, maybe just king f4, b3 played. Okay, rook b2. Wait, what is the... Okay, checking. Oh, there's knight c3 in the end.
Oh, amazing.
So nasty.
Lightning. Oh, and he played it
and
faster
it's all
than we
over
could
now.
even see it.
6 seconds for Christopher Yu. But yeah, Dubov is just... It's not completely over. Maybe white can try to wheel the king around, but I don't think so. I think black's king is just going to block over here. Knight c3, Dubov bringing back the knight. And as soon as this pawn disappears from the board, it's just... Okay, king d4 still? With the king running up to e5? How exactly is this winning? Knight f5, g4. Wait, how is this winning? Knight f5, g4? Oh, but okay, knight e3.
14 seconds left.
Okay, he goes knight h4. That's probably the way to go. Because if king here, you go king e6. Yeah, and this knight always blocks the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe king g5. Okay, he goes h3,
White has to use
but that's
king
kind of...
g5, but then it would have been knight f3 and takes on h2.
Knight f3 is pretty clean. Yeah. Okay, g5 now, I think. G5. And you can give the h-pawn. This construction stops white from doing anything on the king side. Just king e5, king f4, the g3, and it's game over.
Nice. I think if I had 12 minutes on my clock, I could have figured that one out. But with 12 seconds, there was no way I would have had the presence of mind to navigate that knight and pawn.
All right, and Daniel Dubov wins with the black piece against Christopher Yu. So congratulations to him to winning week 19 of the Rapid Chess Championship. He picks up a full 10 points, and that should be really good for his chances of making it into the finals at the end of the season.
Yeah, also, I mean, of note, not that he was like an underdog by strength or by rating or anything like that, but in terms of the seedings, he had to play every single round with black, right?
Yeah. So he won with the black piece against Fedosseev, then against Andrekin, and in the final, he gets the better of Christopher Yu. Also, of course, congratulations to Christopher, who had a very good performance and made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, for Chris, that's a great result overall as well. He played absolutely great today, but Dubov was on a super level today. I mean, that was vicious chess. It's a clinic on how to play black against 1d4 that he just put on.
I think he played really well. He had a very convincing game in the quarterfinals against Fedosseev. Then against Andrekin, that game was very back and forth. There he was in some trouble, but he managed to survive. So I felt like that was a very tough match that he managed to win.
Very tough match. But I would say only because Andrekin was playing really well too, not because he really played any slips. I mean, he defended as black, a slightly tough position really, really well throughout.
Indeed.
So there you guys can see our completed championship bracket. Daniil Dubov, the winner. Many of these players playing fantastically, as you can expect when you get that many good players together. We're going to go to a short break now, I think.
I think so too. And yeah, we're going to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, we will have Daniil Dubov for an interview.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rapid Chess Championships. We are honored, and in my case, delighted to be joined by the champion of the 19th week, Grandmaster Daniil Dubov. Daniil, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It took me 19 weeks, yeah.
And congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. You have played something like 16 out of 19 weeks, perhaps something like that. You've played a lot of
Something like
events.
that, maybe 15. Yeah, but yeah, it's about fair, I guess.
Yeah. Was this a goal of yours to win one of these weeks? Do you have any particular goals in the Rapid Chess Championships?
I used to, but at some point it became really annoying because for me normally it's important to feel that the thing is fresh and like you want to try something new. And when chess.com started all these tournaments, we were all excited. I was excited, like you play every week, it's interesting and so on. Then you play like 8 or 9 of them, and then it becomes a bit of a joke. And then like in terms of emotions, it's a bit of like a negative free roll sort of, because like if you don't qualify, you're upset. Then if you go play, if you lose immediately, you're a bit upset. Then if you win one match, then it's sort of it's two left and so on. So I mean, it's basically whenever you don't win the whole thing, normally you're upset, like even if you make it to the final. Yeah, in these terms I was kind of annoyed with last like 5 or 6 tournaments before the break, as it felt like not too many good things can happen to me there, and I don't feel like skipping them as well, as there is this race for the finals and stuff. And then you just you sort of just play to get your weekly portion of some,
some points,
get your
stuff
points,
and
stay on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Right.
But now after
so
the break, it felt completely different. I must say, I was like really inspired about this idea of playing chess here. So for me, probably this factor of the tournament being something new is important. I should also thank Vladimir Kramnik, who is the only reason I played this week, to be honest. As like yesterday, I was originally going to skip. To be honest, like I was really annoyed with few last tournaments. I thought, okay, I'll skip it. I'm doing well in this race anyway, and I just didn't feel like playing. I mean, it's summer after all, and stuff.
Yeah.
And then like 2 hours before the tournament, he started texting me like, could you give me the Zoom link? How should I register for the tournament and so on and so on? And I don't know, like 20 minutes later, I thought, okay, I've spent already 20 minutes trying to help him or something, so maybe I should play myself. And then I asked the guys if I can play from a public place, because I was there and I didn't really have time to get home. I thought, okay, if they'll say yes, I'll play. If no, it's also fine. I actually expected a no, but they said, okay, you just need two cameras and then you go ahead, which I did, and here I am. Yeah.
So when you go to a cafe, do you have like 2 cameras with you at all times in case there's like a fair play tournament to join?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I had my laptop and a phone. Yeah, I mean, these are 2 cameras basically. Okay. Like, it's not that I'm super tech guy with a big bag of cameras that I can, use whenever I go to a bar or something. No, it was not like that. But yeah, this was the Kramnik effect. Yeah, he's such a big champion that like whenever you even like have this little touch with him, you start crushing immediately, it seems.
Right. And do you know why he chose this week to play specifically and not earlier weeks? Was it because I think he has a match coming up in Dortmund very soon?
Yeah, I think this is exactly the reason. He simply needed some practice, and he got it. Yeah, but I mean, against Vincent and Dmitry, this was not exactly what he was looking for. It's an interesting topic, actually. Like, I'm Team Kramnik these terms. I guess these guys deserve to be respected. I think I played Kamsky at some point in the qualifier, and this was basically a must-win for me. And we got some ending like I'm slightly better, but it's risk-free, and I have all the reasons to play. And he's down for like 20 seconds. I have 5 minutes, and then when he was down to like, I don't know, 10 seconds or 7 seconds, I blundered the rook exchange. And technically, I even win the pawn, but it became a dead draw immediately. And he offered a draw. And I mean, I thought this guy is a legend and all this stuff, yeah. But seriously, I mean, I don't think they've spent their lives like playing these cool games and winning tournaments to be treated like that. Yeah, I think it's better not to flag people at all. But if you flag people, I mean, at least make sure they are not like over 40 or something. Yeah.
Okay. So in that situation, did you or didn't you flag Kamsky?
No. I took a draw, obviously. Otherwise, I would never tell you. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
But I was like a nice guy. No, but seriously, I don't think it's just fair, you know, like in a way when two young guys try to flag each other, then I mean, okay, it's fair competition. Yeah, I mean, still it feels really stupid to me. But I mean, like at least it's you know, they are.
So do you think
even in
it's
this,
unfair because they're older and maybe less fast because of that, or?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, it's just I mean, also like I play with touchpad normally. Yeah, I mean, when you play me, like even today, it had an effect. But basically, yeah, like if you want to win some 3-3 against 3 rook ending against me, basically, if you decline a draw, I'll probably resign. Like it's just okay. There's not much to do. Yeah, like I have 25 seconds. You have 20. I'm done. Basically, I will just try to attack the rook probably because this is my only chance. If I capture rook, I will probably hold it. I think you guys were there when I was trying to win. Like I had 2 bishops on an empty board, and I had like 15 seconds against 5. Yeah. I mean, exactly. Like all the people told me, "Come on, you don't even need to checkmate. Yeah, you basically win by pre-moving and stuff." But yeah, I mean, I ended up trying to do to checkmate being downtime. So I mean, again, I'm not trying to encourage people. If you want to flag me, flag me. I'm not Kramnik, yeah. But nah, I mean, still, I would prefer you not to do that.
Right. So why have you not gotten the mouse yet? You said you're still playing.
No, I have a mouse actually, but first of all, I don't like it. Secondly, I must like this is my trick. Whenever you don't have a mouse, this is an excuse, right? I mean, I play with touchpad. If you flag me, I say, okay, like what could I do, and so on. And then when I play with the mouse, like there is no excuse anymore. And it was like sad, but I realized at some point that actually it takes some time to master playing with the mouse too. Like it sounds that you got a mouse and immediately you get to the speed of like, I mean, not Penguin, but just some young guy like Sarana. Let's say my good friend David Paravian is extremely good with mouse. I mean, okay, I tried like 1 or 2 sessions with the mouse. Still, I mean, it's a long way. And like, first of all, I don't feel like spending my life trying to master flagging people with a mouse. And secondly, yeah, I feel like it won't be like 2 weeks, you know, like you really need to spend some time, which I don't know, probably a bit told, but don't really want to.
Yeah, no, that's also kind of my experience, how it's just like at some point it's just very difficult to get at that level where, let's say, Narditsky or Penguin or, you know, even players below the level are, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's sad, but we have to give them some weird kind of credit. Yeah, I mean, they didn't get there in 2 days. I mean, it took them some time to become this kind of flaggers. And I mean, also Vincent, I guess, I mean, it's not exactly top 20. Yeah, I mean, Kramnik just didn't know that this will be part of the game, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he actually had to checkmate. I told him yesterday that actually he had a chance to checkmate at some point. Like with rook and bishop and a pawn, like if you try to promote pawn, you'll be flagged for sure. But if you try to checkmate, maybe you'll manage to checkmate. Yeah. Anyway, today is a weird day. I didn't really like expect myself to do well. I mean, also normally you get it when you need it the less. Yeah, I mean, I had some plans for tonight and stuff, and like I wouldn't mind. As only match I wanted to win was the final, because anyway I lost this time. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to play this game anyway, so it makes sense to win. But all the rest of the games I was fine with getting some freedom finally.
Yeah, and I've got a question for you that's not really a chess question, but if Kramnik hadn't, you know, dragged you into this tournament and made you play yesterday and today and win the tournament, what were you going to do instead of playing the RCC yesterday? What?
I mean, it's summer after all. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who go somewhere. I mean, it's just. I mean, in general, it very much depends on your level of kind of excitement when you play. For me, normally, I mean, I start with it being quite high, and then with every new tournament that I play in a row, it goes down, down, and down. And then at some point, you just feel like, okay, I better go somewhere. I mean, watch the video how they play with some. Like friends or something, then I'll play like alone in an empty room with 2 cameras. It feels a bit weird. I mean, you also lose this weekend time. That is very valuable, you know. So yeah,
it's the life of a chess player, you know, sitting inside during the summer, you know, playing blitz game or rapid games. But but
I must say that's a very sadistic thing to do from chess.com to to have this tournaments on Sundays and stuff, I mean, is just unfair. Yeah, I mean, you have like, I don't know, Wednesday, like all the people have zero things to do on Wednesday. I mean, if you're a chess player, what would you do? Yeah, I mean, like all the people go to work. It's not that you can meet someone. It's not that like Tuesday everybody plays because you don't really have business to do. Yeah, and then like at the weekend when all of your friends finally have some free days and you could meet them, then chess.com says, okay, now it's time to play buddy. Yeah, and it will probably last for 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah,
so they're,
no,
they're kind of ruining your life with their money and all the events they're running.
yeah, exactly. Like you start no, but seriously, like I cannot promise, but I'm pretty sure I will skip some of the tournaments that will still have to play. Yeah, because like I did really care about this qualification to some extent, but it felt like, okay, if you play a billion of tournaments, then you need to qualify somehow. And for me, it was like, it felt comfortable, but it also felt like I basically need to come up with like few more good tournaments to secure my place. Now it feels safe, to be honest. Like I'll have to do the math again, but it feels like I'm pretty much in the finals, I guess. So yeah, I'll probably skip some of the tournaments. It's just way more pleasant to watch people suffer in this rook against rook endings and stuff than being the one.
Yeah, it feels like you've almost locked in your place in the finals. You're currently in 4th place, and I think you have 50 points, so it's looking pretty good. And yeah, I think you played some really good chess today. I mean, your match against Fedoseev seemed pretty convincing, right? But the game against Andreykin, or the match rather, was pretty back and forth. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I guess so. In the first game, it felt sort of unpleasant. Like it's clear that he's free rolling, and it's clear that when the send game arrives, I mean, it has to be way closer to a draw. But I was also short on time. I had to make some decisions based on intuition, and then to be honest, I just blundered this whole idea with bringing the rook to the 7th rank. And then when I took a4 and he took the kingside pawns, it felt, I mean, at least from a practical point of view, it's very, very unpleasant. Could be even lost objectively, but even if it's not, it's just much easier to play for white. But I didn't really have time to sort of regret my decisions, because he blundered or sacrificed in a stupid way this pawn on g3, and then it was clear that it's a draw again. Still, it's easier to play for white, but in general, it has to be quite a simple draw. I cared way more about not being flagged than losing in terms of chess.
Right.
And the second game, against.
Oh, I was saying, like maybe he had g4 instead of h4, right? I guess that was maybe the one chance he had. Or I don't know,
probably,
but yeah,
I don't know. Like when you play some game, I mean, it lasts like 80 moves, and then you play another one and another one and another one, and then you come here and the guy says, like there was one moment where he could play like g4 against instead of h4. I mean, it doesn't feel exactly critical. Yeah, I mean, as long as I was not blundering the rook or something, then yeah, maybe g4 was the better move. But I mean, given the standards of this game, yeah, I don't know. It didn't feel completely lost, I would say, but yeah,
right.
If he would say this kingside pawns, most probably I would have lost, you kind of say.
Right. And then what were your thoughts about the game after that?
Yeah, after that I felt like this will be like against Andreykin, you mean?
Yeah, the second game with the white piece against Andreykin.
Yeah, the second games are normally must winners for me, because then we have to play bullet and I'm touch pot, so I mean, okay, there's some increment, I have some chances, but still, basically it's a must win, so it was lucky to have white in the must win. And then somehow we played. I tried to complicate things again. There were a few moments where I think I could trade queens and get a very, very pleasant ending to my eyes, but again, I mean, I was pretty sure that if it won't be the loss for him, like I'll end up blundering something or being flagged or whatever. So I tried to be ambitious, and then at some point, I guess I gave away like most of my advantage. Then at some point he like blundered or sacrificed the exchange and this ending, I don't know, I felt like it's I don't know if it's lost or not. I would say yes, but anyway, like it's much easier for white to create problems than for black to hold. Yeah, like he's trying to take my a pawn, but as long as I save it, I'm lost forever, more or less. So yeah, even despite being some time trouble, somehow I managed not to blunder stuff. But the last one was a really critical test. Yeah, this was like the first game today that I really wanted to win, and the match that I really wanted to win, because I mean, like anyway, this whole thing has already ruined all of my plans. So just let me win this now, yeah, against some underdog. But he played very, very well. I think I've spent like 80% of the time being under pressure and being like slightly worse / really worse, I don't know. And then at some point, yeah, when I managed to trade queens, I started to have some like positive vibes. Yeah, I mean, after all this like Soviet school, all the stuff. I mean,
you thought like, I'm gonna teach this kid a lesson in the end game, or
like not really, but I must say sometimes it does really have some effect. And actually, I don't think the whole point is fair. Like there are different young players from different countries, and it's not that all of them are bad at endings or good at endings and stuff. But yeah, sometimes when you were born and you grew up in Russia, you heard this so many times. You know, these foreign young guys just trade queens against them, and things will go well. Not that it works all the time, but today it did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
that's interesting to hear. Even 30 years after the Soviet Union, players are still thinking that if they trade queens, they might just win.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like the Soviet times, I mean, at least they had some point, right? At least like Soviet people were good and at endings. But now, like all the Russians are different. I mean, it's not that we have like one big school that like everybody has to graduate and stuff. I mean, it's just some people read books, some people don't, and so on. Some people are good at endings, some people are not. And I would not call myself like exactly an endgame specialist or something. Yes, so yeah, but still, I had this. Like I had few positive vibes today. Yes, it's like Soviet school, also the Kramnik effect. I mean, I had some like side notes that I'll probably do well somehow.
Yeah, right. History was on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and no, I mean also normally when you have some plans and you realize they're ruined, then it normally gives you some motivation. Yeah, I mean, okay, like at least now I need to do well. Yeah, because as the rest of the day it's already spoiled, sort of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and you definitely did well today. So I think we're going to be moving on to our rapid recap. But you said you wanted to join, which is kind of a novelty for our broadcast. So we're honored that you're sticking around for this. We wanted to have a look
nothing left to do today anyway, right? It's too late. Like
we ruined your plans. Sorry,
been ruined
to some extent. To some extent, it is. Yeah. To some extent, it is. Yeah.
So we chose your game with where you had the black pieces against Fedoseev. Is that
the one you called smooth? Yeah. Yeah.
This one looked smooth to us. Also to you, or? Oh,
yeah,
anyway,
to me it felt like it's just as a first game, and I was not really like emotionally involved this much. Yeah, I mean, this was the point where I was ready to sort of leave this lovely place and go and so on.
Yeah, so he played your beloved. So yeah, feel free to talk us through the game. He played your beloved Catalan against you. So yeah, just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, but nowadays, like everybody plays everything. Yeah, it would be nice to have some sort of monopoly for the Catalan, but unfortunately, people play it.
Yeah.
The fun part is that I actually wanted to repeat Fabi. Like what Fabi played today, I thought, wow, it's a cool idea. I checked it briefly. Then I realized I looked at it a few years ago. I even opened some notes. I thought, wow, actually, this does not lose by force, indeed. And I thought, okay, I'll probably play it, and let's check if he has already analyzed it or not. Yeah, but he deviated anyway. So
yeah, so
normally yeah, normally your
I
plan for
believe this is
kind
what
of
you
work,
had
yeah.
against Laquang Liam, right? A couple of weeks ago, or like.
Yeah,
like
I think I also had the same position against Raunak as well, yeah.
So he went
Like I
here.
played it twice. I was like both times I was pretty much winning straight from the opening, but scored like half point out of 2, I guess. Yeah, and Queen C2. Queen C2 is actually what I would probably play. I mean, especially in a case of like failing to recall the lines. Yeah, like you can sacrifice a pawn somehow. You go B3 at some point. It's clear that white will not be worse. It's very playable. Yeah, so
after
this
the
B3
straight,
takes.
you went for B4.
No, yeah.
So
I mean, I started playing playing on my own, but I have already checked it briefly. So before it's sort of okay. Before I thought it's reasonable. Yeah, like I make sure I can give up the C6 pawn. Like at the moment, I basically only need to avoid being boxed there with the pieces and these turns. This turn like rook FD1, H6. H6 kind of gives away the fact that I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. So my point was to play Queen B6. And like if I start with Queen B6, then I didn't like E5, knight, let's say D5, knight G5.
Right, yeah.
So I tried to make it look like I prepare Queen B6, but I mean it was more of a pass to be fair.
So were you happy when he took the pawn?
95 here, for instance. Like takes, knight D7. And it is actually okay. I checked it briefly before the games. Like I had an hour or so. So yeah, I checked it briefly. But this is exactly what you're worried about as black. Yeah, like if you lose this, you get all the books with these bad pieces.
Oh,
and some
right. Yeah.
Some
like
weird
some
kind
like
of
rook D6 and yeah.
Yeah, rook D6, F4, some rook D1, yeah, knight C5 one day, and they say, okay, you completely dominated, retard and should not play chess and stuff. So this is what I was worried about, but then since I'm fine here, I guess I go C5 at some point. I think it wants queen takes C6 instead of rook D6 still, but then at least I managed to give up this pawn, and even if I lose, this game will not make it to the books at least.
All right.
I guess.
So when he took on C6, were you happy about that?
Yeah, I thought it's a strange move actually. We discussed it after the game a little. He said it's probably a positional mistake, and I had the same feeling. But actually, an engine says it's just a move. Like it's not brilliant, but it's not like black is much better or something.
So where do you think like he made a serious mistake?
Yeah, but for sure, at least in terms of practical game, now I know what I'm doing here. Basically, like I bring everybody to the queen side and try to promote pawn or take a4. I mean,
yeah. So
yeah, then somehow we played knight fd2. I guess is not ideal. Like knight e5 was a better move, but clearly, I mean, if you want to play this knight e5, it was way more reasonable to start with knight e5. So knight fd2 was his idea. Yeah, he probably wanted to. Like in terms of ideas, he wanted to bring knight to c4, like attack a5, stabilize on c4, and then maybe one day the d pawn will go. Like I see his point. Like it's not that it's a ridiculous positional idea. It's just that he's not on time, but it happens. So I went queen a8, which I thought is the most natural move.
Yeah, we like this move as well.
Yeah, queen d3. Yeah, and here he played. Yeah, actually, during the game, I didn't realize it, but then when I checked it after the game, I realized, okay, like rook d2 c1 is way smart, right?
That's what we thought, but I don't know. At least this pawn at a4 is not hanging all the time.
No, I mean, it's basically, if I go rook c6 again, and then takes, bishop takes, then we had exactly the same position in the game, but with black to move, right?
Right, yeah.
Like h3 won't hurt. I don't think it's sukrank or something.
Yeah.
Probably not. So yeah, but I must say during the game I actually didn't realize it. So I thought, okay, rook ac1 is reasonable, whatever.
Right.
So rook c6, yeah, takes.
And we were really surprised that here he didn't go knight d to b3.
I was, yeah. Also, I must say knight b3 takes knight d7. I didn't really see.
Yeah, it's
I
still
mean, it's
really
much
good for
easier
black, I guess. Yeah.
to play for black, and also black is probably much better slash winning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I didn't really see scenario where we don't win. Yeah, maybe like knight takes d7 and then d pawn starts marching, and then if we skip like a couple of moves as black, maybe like you get some d6 or whatever. But in general, the b pawn is very strong. The a4 pawn is weak.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, let's say I can get why he didn't play it. That's for sure.
Yeah. So
and the way he played was basically a gamble, but I must say I was sort of confused because yeah, after d5 it feels like pretty much everything is winning. Right. But that's exactly where this the specifics of the tournament being rapid tournament starts to work against you. Yeah, basically like if you only have one move that is e5, you're happy to play e5, but here okay, knight takes a4 was reasonable too, let's say, and the point is d6 knight c5.
But I guess
now I see that there is e takes f7, yeah, but I wondered that during the game, so it was lucky that I didn't play it. Even this is probably better for black actually, but yeah, like I could have the same position with a pawn on f7, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess
also
this one
e
gets
takes d5 was not exactly like I mean, again, e5 is what you play like when they say Soviet school and stuff. This e6 e5 is typical Soviet school move. Yeah, like you basically make sure there is no counterplay. This d pawn isn't going anywhere. You want rook c3, and in general you avoid some unnecessary calculation. But the problem is that in a practical game, at some point they force you to calculate anyway. So sometimes it's better to start thinking after d5.
Right.
The way I played,
we thought,
yes, was okay.
We played knight f3. Yeah, I think we thought e5 was really good. I mean, yeah, it stops all of his counterplay. Because also, I mean, in some positions there were queen d4 tricks, and
yeah, sure. Yeah. No, I mean it's clear that it's very easy to explain e5, and like with an engine running and all those arrows, you say, okay, look, we bring the queen to d6, the a4 is dead, and we just make sure it all works. But in the practical game, somehow, like in the game, he actually managed to kind of push me to the limit at some point, because when I played,
yeah, no, that's also what we thought, that he did a pretty good job of trying to complicate with this move d6, because if you go f6,
I mean, exactly, like also
maybe there's always knight h4 or something.
Yeah, also knight takes d5 is a threat for the moment at least.
Yeah, no, but like, let's say you go f6, maybe he goes like knight h4 to f5, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Or even maybe bishop f1, I thought. And then at some point, bishop b5 is not something I was really sure about. Like, it's cool it's cool to tell all the stuff about the positional factors, but yeah, I mean, like, I really need to promote the b pawn at some point, because like, otherwise he will stabilize. So knight c4, I thought it's very reasonable move. But then in the game, I was just lucky to have stuff actually. Yeah, so this is quite a good example of how you can like almost spoil a good position against a great player, like playing very natural moves. So I took d6 now. I mean, again, it feels reasonable to play bishop b6.
Queen d4.
He played queen d4. Now we cannot go b3. So I played queen c7 to protect the rook and advance, and also why not to play queen b7, right? And then he went rook d1.
So
here I was, yeah, I mean, I played b3, that is actually winning. Like I checked it after the game. And an engine says like knight b7 is also a very good move. Right. But let's say knight b7, I mean, I start to really dislike what's going on. Like some bishop b5 is there. I mean, it's not that clear anymore.
No, yeah, maybe you can still push the pawn here.
No, probably. If I know that I'm winning, I will win. Yeah, but. Yeah, somehow knight b7 just doesn't look right. Yes, I'm f4, f5 is a bit scary, for instance.
Yeah, it feels like you're being pushed back a little bit. Well, before
I mean, it will all be based on black winning like move by move with some b3, I guess. Like it's not that we can just stabilize like go f6, bishop f7, like protect everything and win an ending. Yeah, I mean it won't be that simple. So b3 was exactly the moment where I thought, okay, I'm actually about to spoil it. And it's probably time to calculate something.
And here he took on d6, which was quite surprising to us, because, you know, you take on d6 if you're absolutely sure, but it seemed like it was just losing. So what do you think he missed? Do you think he missed that you have bishop b3 and then rook takes d3, or?
No, I think it's a different logic. I actually get his point. Like I would have exactly the same kind of logic here as white, and it's funny that it's exactly reverse to yours. Like I would think basically if queen takes d6 doesn't work, then I can resign pretty much. I mean, they'll just
Yeah,
do
no,
b2,
that's also
c1,
that's also.
like
Sorry,
like you think, okay, I will take it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, but it's not that you go like h4 and then b2 you start thinking. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much clear that you cannot stop the pawn anymore.
Yeah, no, that's also what we
So,
thought. Of course, like if you don't take, it feels like white is just losing. But I mean, still, if you take, it, yeah, after that was just over. But okay, right?
Yeah, I mean
took-
it's probably better than resigning, right?
yeah,
Like h4 feels a bit weird. Like you're trying to pretend there's not much going on, but actually there is a pawn winning. Yeah, I mean it's not.
no, of
Like
course,
to
of course.
go, let's say playing h4 b2 and resigning here feels way more weird to me than trying
True,
to take
true.
d6. So yeah,
True.
I mean at least I get his logic. Yeah, your logic also has those rights to exist. Yeah, but I get his point. Okay, let's just take it. And then also what I guess he kind of blundered is takes b2 rook b6. And then clearly you never blunder bishop b3 if it's the only move, but he was probably worried about rook c1, and he thought rook c1 is the point, and that's why he blundered bishop b3, because rook c1 is also a good move actually. And then king g2 b1 takes, and he plays some knight c6, rook a1.
Right, and the game goes on, I guess.
Yeah, we discussed it a little after the game, but then I mean, yeah,
I guess.
yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's probably winning for black, but you could also try some bishop b5, trying to save the a4 pawn. This was my original idea too. I thought I go bishop b3 here, knight takes a5.
Sorry, bishop b3.
Bishop takes a4. Yeah, and here, like, if you
Maybe
take, I win. So basically, I guess if I take e4, I win. But there was some weird move like bishop c6 or something.
Yeah.
So this one was my original idea, and I was not exactly sure if it's like dead lost or not.
Right.
So yeah, that's why he blundered bishop b3. Yeah, because it's very easy to believe that rook c1 is a point. And then yeah, bishop b3 seems to be killing simply. I was a bit worried about my conversion of the extra queen, but somehow I managed.
Yeah. So you played h5.
No, it's not even funny actually. Like I played a game against him recently where like I blundered the rook, being like completely winning. I had a rook and two pieces for a queen, and then I blundered the rook, and I was like very unlucky to not to have fortress.
Yeah. It happens sometimes. So yeah, and then here, I guess you were pretty confident that you were just winning this one.
Yeah, but it's reasonable. Yeah, he knows I'm playing with touchpad. Why not to check me little? And also, like, even though the board, I guess, like, yeah, when you have the knight, you can play a bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and also, like, if you resign, it's all over. So, of course,
yeah,
you can always play.
I mean, also going back to this, crowning case, I have this weird feeling. It's hard to explain it, but I have this weird feeling that basically, whenever we have an increment, you can do whatever you want. Like you have an increment, basically, like if you can draw with a knight against a rook, it's only about chess then. Yeah, it's not that you'll be flagged. Like when there is no time, then you can say, okay, you just flag me, and I'll basically make this draw with a closed eyes, just give me increments. I'll manage. Yeah, but when there is an increment, why not to try? Yeah, so I'm not even like considering blaming Vladimir here.
Yeah, no, for sure. We also didn't, blame him. So yeah, you closed this one out very effectively, and rook c4 was checkmate. And yeah, that game made you move on to the semifinals. But that was your rapid recap of the day. All right, so Daniel, I think we agreed that you were the very deserving winner of today. It definitely looked like you were on the tougher side of the bracket because you first had to get through Big Fish, Vladimir, then Andreykin, and then finally Christopher. So yeah, what were your? I mean, yeah, you already talked a lot about all of your feelings today. What are your final thoughts of this day or this weekend?
The final thought is that it's a good day. Yeah, good day. You can argue that, but at least as a fact is that like 2 Russian players won 2 very important tournaments today. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
One of the tournaments is a bit more important, maybe, but yeah, still.
Has Jan called to congratulate you about winning the Rapid Chess Championship just yet?
Yeah, I'm still waiting. Yeah,
Still waiting. All right.
He did very well, by the way. I want to congratulate him on given the chance. Yeah, maybe like previous time it didn't feel exactly smooth with all these like breaks and stuff. This time it feels like he was just in a league of his own. Yeah, it's just complete elimination. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, complete domination. Well, we all present our congratulations to you. Daniil, you don't know this, thanks. But you're my chess hero. I study all your games. So I just leave you with that happy thought. There's a lot of people out there who love to watch you play. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, congratulations, Daniil. And we really do hope that you will play in more RCCs because we always love to see your chess.
Okay, thanks.
At least we get to see him in the finals.
And yeah, once again, we see our winner here, Daniil Dubov. And with that, you guys, we are going to be calling it a day. So once again, thank you to everyone who watched on Twitch and on YouTube. And we look forward to seeing you again next week.
All right. Take care, everybody.